Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
You think this is just another story about a night shift nurse losing their mind. All right, listen to the whole thing. If after this video the vent in your house lets out one extra breath that doesn't line up with your own, then Riverbend has already found you. Before we start, do me a favor. Take half a second to notice the sounds in whatever room you're in right now. Not the obvious ones. Not the traffic, not the phone buzzing, not the TV in the other room. I mean the sounds your brain usually edits out. The low hum of your fridge. The AC unit kicking on then off. The faint rush of air pushing through a vent above your bed, or behind your couch, or somewhere in the ceiling where you never really look. The pipes in the wall that sometimes rattle for no reason, and you tell yourself it's just the building settling. Now imagine this. You take a job at a small hospice in the middle of nowhere because you're tired of watching people die in the ER. No more bloody trauma rooms, no more chest compressions at 3 a.m., no more screaming. You just sit with people you tell yourself. You keep them comfortable. You hold their hand for their last breath. Except on your very first night, your patient doesn't use his last breath to say, "I love you," or tell my daughter, "I'm sorry." He turns his head toward the vent on the wall and whispers a sentence you've never heard before. And a week later, a woman with dementia whispers almost the exact same words again into the vent. And then a former Marine. And then a 40-year-old mom. Different lives, different stories. Same last sentence, same wall, same vent. And every time they say it, you hear something on the other side of that drywall. Inhale. My name is I. I used to work night shift at Riverbend Hospice, and I am recording this in a cheap apartment in another state with the vent right above my laptop. If while you're listening, you hear a breath that doesn't belong to the person reading this to you, that's not an audio glitch. That just means whatever was trapped inside Riverbend's walls isn't trapped there anymore. 1.1. I took this job to get away from blood. I'm typing this from a cheap apartment that looks out over a Walmart parking lot. The kind of place where the lights in the lot never really go off. They just fade from white to sick yellow sodium after midnight. And the only trees are the ones planted in concrete islands between shopping carts and oil stains. The walls here are thin enough that I can hear my upstairs neighbor walking, but not thin enough that I can ever see what the hell is making the other sound. The one that actually keeps me up. The old HVAC unit in my living room sits in a metal box in the wall, and every time it kicks on, it makes this long, tired sound that is too slow to be a machine and too deliberate to be an accident. It sounds like something exhaling. Right now, while I'm writing this, the fan is off. I shut the breaker to the unit before I sat down at the kitchen table with my laptop. I flipped the thermostat all the way down until the display went blank. I did all the things maintenance told me to do the last time it acted up. The metal still ticks gently. The ductwork still shifts just a little. Every few minutes, there's a soft, hollow sound from inside the wall that could be settling. It could be anything. It sounds like lungs thinking about it. I'm sending this to a horror channel on YouTube because everybody else I tried has either stopped returning my calls or started using words like delusional processing and stress response. I tried to tell my therapist. I tried to tell a cop who was assigned to follow up after one of my reports. I tried to write it all down in a formal complaint to the State Board of Nursing. The therapist told me it sounded like unresolved trauma, The cop told me there wasn't any evidence left to look at. The board thanked me for my concern for patient safety and never mentioned Riverbend by name in their reply. You don't have to believe me. I get why you wouldn't. If someone sent this to me 5 years ago, I would have rolled my eyes and clicked something else. But someone needs to hear all of it in one piece the way it actually happened, not diluted into case notes and polite emails. And if your channel reads this out loud, then for once I won't be the only person in the room hearing it breathe. Before Riverbend, I worked in the ER of a community hospital off the interstate. If you've never done that job, let me ruin it for you a bit. It's not like TV. It's not heroic violin music and one big dramatic save at the end. It's a lot of sticky floors and dried blood under your fingernails. A lot of drunk guys trying to swing at you, a lot of 15-minute codes that end with a plastic sheet over someone's face while their family screams in the hallway. I've done chest compressions on people whose ribs shattered under my hands and kept going because the doctor said don't stop. I've watched a trauma surgeon put both hands inside a man's chest and come out red up to the elbows. I've seen a teenager's blood pool under a stretcher and spread in a thin dark sheet all the way to the door because someone forgot to hit the suction in time. You wash it off, you change your shoes, you go back in the next room and take somebody's blood pressure like that didn't just happen. After a while, the smell gets into everything. That hot copper smell. People talk about burnout like it's just being tired. It's not. It's more like there's this film that settles over your brain. You start measuring your life in 12-hour shifts and cups of vending machine coffee. You go home and close your eyes and still see monitor waveforms and the purple-gray color people turn right before they stop breathing. I started forgetting things. Dumb things at first. Where I parked. Whether I'd already given meds in one room. Then worse things like waking up on my couch at 2 p.m. in my scrubs with no memory of the drive home. I snapped at patients. I snapped at coworkers. Somebody suggested I take a leave. Somebody else suggested I find something less acute. So I did what a lot of burned-out nurses do. I started scrolling job listings at 3 a.m. on my night off, pretending I was just looking. That's when I saw Riverbend Hospice. The ad was almost offensively gentle. A picture of a brick building by a river at sunset. A tagline in soft blue letters, peaceful endings by the water. Underneath bullet points, small private facility. Night shift 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Maximum 8 patients. Focus on comfort care. No acute interventions. It sounded like the opposite of trauma bays and trauma shears. No codes, no sirens. No family members pounding on the locked doors, screaming, "Do something," while you're watching the monitor flatline anyway. I talked to HR on the phone first. She had that calm, church lady voice you hear at volunteer desks and information booths. She told me about Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements, about how families sign DNR orders and comfort-only plans before admission, about how most of their patients were older with cancer or end-stage COPD, just needing a quiet place for their last days. 8 patients max, she repeated. No intubations, no invasive procedures. Lots of being present, lots of morphine and repositioning and soft lights. You sit with them. You listen. You make sure they're not in pain. You help them die peacefully. That was the phrase she used. Peacefully. After years of watching people die violently, that word hit me like a drug. I remember sitting at my kitchen table, different apartment, same cheap chair, staring at the Riverbend email in my inbox with the offer attached. I'd worked enough nights to know there's always fine print, always some kind of hell hiding under a nice job posting. But all I could picture were old men in flannel shirts dozing off to the sound of the river outside. Maybe some sad families, some tears. But no more blood. I told myself I could handle just being there as people slipped away. I told myself I would still be helping, just in a quieter way. And if I'm being brutally honest, I also told myself it would be better for me. Fewer codes, fewer lawsuits, less adrenaline, more silence. It's funny how you can be technically right and completely wrong at the same time. I took that job because I thought there would be less blood. I was right. There was less. The blood at Riverbend only showed up when no one was ready to see it. By the time I figured that out, I was already in too deep. The night I first drove down that dead-end road toward Riverbend Hospice, the sky was clear. The snow on the shoulder of the highway was still clean, and I thought the worst thing waiting for me was the sound of my own thoughts in a quiet building. I was wrong. That was the night I met the walls that breathe. 1.2. The building that didn't sound right. The night I first drove out to Riverbend, the town dropped away quicker than I expected. 1 minute I was rolling past the usual highway strip, Dollar General, a gas station, a gun shop gone dark for the night, a billboard for some church revival. And the next, the streetlights thinned and the road narrowed into 2 cracked lanes aimed into open fields and trees. Old snow sat in gray piles along the shoulders, plowed and replowed, until it turned the color of dirty ice. Sodium lamps threw a flat orange glow over everything. My headlights hit the drifts and made them flash dull and wet like rows of worn teeth sunk into the edge of the road. HR's directions were simple out past the last stoplight, past the mobile home park, with its sagging porches and Christmas lights still clinging to windows in March, then over a low bridge that crossed the river. The river itself was just a darker stripe in the dark, a gap between the trees. When I slowed for the turn, I cracked the window and heard it underneath the ice, a steady, muffled rush, like someone breathing through a closed door. Beyond the bridge, houses spread out and then disappeared. A farmhouse with one upstairs light on, a single trailer back off the road. After that, nothing but trees and ditch and the black shape of the river off to my left. A peeling billboard leaned over the shoulder, half the paint blown away. The rest of the way belonged to the dark. Then the pavement simply stopped. The asphalt ended in a wide, circular turnaround, carved into the trees. To the left, the land fell away toward the river. Straight ahead, a flat parking lot sat under a thin layer of old snow tire tracks, frozen into the slush. In the middle of it, squatting by itself, was Riverbend Hospice. If you didn't know what it was, you might have thought small clinic or office. A low, one-story brick building with a faded metal sign out front, Riverbend Hospice. The white paint cracked and flaking. A line of narrow windows with beige curtains faced the lot. Only a couple were lit from inside. The parking lot was nearly empty. My beat-up Civic idled in a sea of blank spaces. Off to one side, an old Ford pickup with rust chewing the wheel wells. Next to it, a silver Camry with an honor roll bumper sticker peeling at the corners. No visitors. No other staff cars. Just those two and me. When I cut the engine, the quiet hit all at once. Then the smaller sounds surfaced. Wind moved through the bare trees around the lot branches, scratching together in a thin, dry whisper. Somewhere up near the roofline, something metal creaked a loose gutter, a vent hood shifting in the cold. The spindly, ornamental trees along the walkway scraped their twigs against the brick with a soft, repetitive hiss. None of it was unusual. Buildings make noise. Trees make noise. It still made the muscles between my shoulders tighten. I told myself it was just first-night nerves grabbed my bag and crossed the lot. My shoes ground salt into the frozen slush. My breath hung white in front of my face. The backlit hospice sign above the doors hummed faintly, flickering once as I walked under it. Inside the door, sealed shut behind me with a dull, rubbery thump that cut off the outside like someone had put a lid on the world. The smell inside Riverbend was different from the hospital's ER. There, it was always some mix of sweat disinfectant and whatever the last family had microwaved. Here, the disinfectant was sharper, more deliberate. Under it, I caught the bitter edge of old coffee and a powdery sweetness from fake flowers stuck in vases along the walls. Under all of that so faint, I might have imagined it was something warm and metallic. Not strong enough to scream blood, just enough to tug at the part of my brain that knew exactly what blood smelled like and didn't appreciate the reminder. Shift. The voice came from the nurse's station ahead, a low island of counter and computer screens in the center of the main hall. A man stepped out from behind it, drying his hands on a paper towel. He looked like every small-town doctor I'd ever met. 60s, white hair, cut neat lines in his face, so settled, they looked carved there. Button-down shirt, plain navy tie, no lab coat. His badge read, Hollis, M.D. "We focus on comfort, not heroics," he said after we shook hands. His palm was dry and warm. His eyes were a pale gray, the kind that land on you and weigh things before moving on. No codes here. No last-minute saves. We manage symptoms. We keep people comfortable while they go on their terms. That's something you can handle. That's the idea, I said. I'm done with the other thing. He studied me for a second longer than felt casual, then gave a small smile. We listen closely here, he added. To what they need, to what they say, especially to last breaths. The way he said those two words, last breaths, didn't sound like a metaphor. It slid under my skin and sat there. Before I could ask what he meant, another voice called from the hall behind him. That her A woman in navy scrubs rounded the corner carrying a stack of paper charts. Late 40s, maybe early 50s, compact build white sneakers squeaking softly on the floor. Her badge read, Denise, RN charge. Brown hair pulled into a ponytail, roots just starting to show. Dark eyeliner. Tired eyes. Wide smile. You must be our new night nurse, she said. I'm Denise. It's quiet most nights. You'll like it. People say that in every unit. It's quiet. You'll like it. What bothered me wasn't the line. It was the way her gaze slid up to the ceiling, to the vents, and then down the hall while she said it like she was making sure no one else was listening. She walked me through the basics. Medication room supply closet, where they hid the decent coffee. We circled the main loop, her explaining which rooms gave a clear line of sight from the desk, which families tended to camp out where the crash cart sat, even though according to Hollis, no one crashed here. That was when I noticed the clocks. There was a digital clock above the nurse's station, another glowing at the end of each hall, and one in the small family lounge by the vending machines. Same brand, same red numbers. None of them agreed. One said 7:18, another said 7:21. The lounge clock blinked 7:15, its last digit flickering like it couldn't quite roll over. Maintenance never syncs them, Denise said when she caught me staring. We go by the computers. In each patient room, mounted near the air vent above the head of the bed, was a small white disc with a pinhole in the center. I pointed at one as we stepped into an empty room. Smoke detector, I guessed. Mike, she said, tapping it with the back of her pen. Old system. Picks up if they're coughing or calling out and we're at the desk. Sounds crappy, but it's better than nothing. The idea of a microphone aimed right where someone would spend their last nights felt intrusive, but I told myself it was practical. Better to overhear than miss a call for help. We moved on. The motion sensor lights in vacant rooms lagged just enough that we kept stepping into patches of darkness, before they snapped on, washing everything in hard blue-white. As we passed one room with the vacant sign flipped, the door stood half open and the light inside was still off. The only illumination was a thin slice from the hallway cutting across the carpet and leaving the far side of the room in dense shadow. In that shadow, right by the window, something stood. Tall and narrow, with a long neck and a small pale oval where the head should be. Shoulders slightly hunched, arms close to its sides. It was just a shape, but for a second my brain filled in fingers near the curtain, the tilt of a face toward the glass. I stopped. The motion sensor clicked. The ceiling fixture popped on. The room was empty. No one at the window. No one by the bed. Just an IV pole standing near the glass, its metal hook throwing a spidery shadow on the wall, and the curtain moving slightly in the breath from the vent. Denise glanced back, followed my stare, and laughed. "You'll see shadows all the time," she said. "Comes with the night shift. Your eyes get bored." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and forced a smile. Old building, bad lighting, not enough sleep. All of it had perfectly sane explanations if I wanted them. By the time we ended the loop and came back to the nurses' station, the hum of the building had faded into background noise vents, sighing compressors kicking on and off, ductwork ticking in the walls. The clocks stayed out of sync. The mics stared down at empty beds. Tree branches scraped the brick outside. "It's just a hospice," I told myself, as Denise handed me my first pile of charts. People come here to die quietly. I didn't know yet that the building had its own idea of what quiet was supposed to sound like. 1.3. The first last breath. My first real patient at Riverbend was in room 3 at the end of the main hall on the right. His name was Walter Briggs, 78, lung cancer. Oxygen tubing permanently hooked under his nose like a plastic mustache, the line looping up to a small concentrator humming in the corner. I met him before the sun went down, when evening light was still leaking through the curtains, and the river outside was just a dark, moving strip behind the glass. He was half sitting in bed, white hair flattened on one side, a Yankees blanket pulled up to his waist. His chest moved in short, shallow lifts, each breath ending with a faint whistle. His daughter Melissa hovered at the foot of the bedcoat, still on hands wrapped around a styrofoam coffee cup she kept forgetting to drink from. Early 40s office clothes, the kind of dark circles you get from weeks of hospital chairs and bad sleep. "He hates hospitals," she said quietly when I came in to introduce myself. He walked out of chemo halfway through because he said he would rather die on his own terms than in one of those beds. She looked at the oxygen tubing at the IV at the bed rails and didn't say the obvious: he was still in a bed. He was still in a kind of hospital. But I understood what she meant. Riverbend was softer around the edges. No overhead codes, no paramedics bringing in strangers soaked in blood. We went over the paperwork together. Her voice shook when she signed the "Do Not Resuscitate" order, but her hand did not. On the line about no hospital transfers, no intubation, no heroic measures, she pressed her pen down so hard it left an impression on the next page. "If he starts to struggle," she said, looking at me instead of the form, "just keep him comfortable. Please, no hospital, no tubes. We already did all that. He doesn't want to die like that." "I understand," I said. "We'll keep him comfortable. We won't do something he didn't want." She lingered after that, stroking his arm, adjusting his blanket, talking about grandkids and fishing trips he could not respond to without losing his breath. Eventually, Denise came in and gently suggested she go home, get some sleep, come back in the morning. He'll probably still be here. Denise lied in the practiced way nurses lie for families. "If anything changes, we'll call." By the time Melissa kissed his forehead and whispered, "I love you, Dad," his eyes were half closed and glassy. The monitor by his bed showed a heart rate in the low 90s, oxygen saturations in the mid-80s, the little green waveform of his breaths marching across the screen in uneven waves. When night settled in, Riverbend did what small buildings do in the dark. It shrank. The noises got louder and more specific. The quiet grind of the concentrator in Briggs's room, the soft click of a medication cart drawer, the muffled slap of my shoes on linoleum. The hallway lights dimmed to a softer setting, everything tinted amber. Walter's room glowed with the yellow shade of the bedside lamp, leaving the far corners dusky. On the dresser sat a cluster of framed photos. Kids in Little League uniforms, a woman in a wedding dress, a younger Walter, standing next to a boat and holding up a fish bigger than his arm. A small radio, the kind with fake wood paneling, sat on the windowsill, turned off. The TV mounted in the corner played some late-night sitcom with the volume so low the jokes were just moving mouths. His monitor beeped at a steady, lazy pace. Beep, beep, beep. The plastic oxygen tubing hissed in time with his chest, each inhale drawing a thin, sticky-sounding breath, each exhale rattling faintly at the end. Sometime around 2:30 a.m., the pattern changed. I was at the nurse's station charting on another patient when the respiratory waveform on the central monitor dipped and rose in an odd rhythm. Deep clusters of breaths, then flat stretches. Cheyne-Stokes. The kind of breathing you see in textbooks and on people who are almost finished. I walked down the hall toward room 3, listening. His door was open a crack. From the hallway, I could already hear the difference. His breaths came in uneven bursts, like his lungs were climbing stairs in the dark. The oxygen concentrator's steady whine had taken on a raw edge, louder on each inhale. Underneath it, from somewhere in the wall above his head, I heard a softer sound, a faint shiver in the ductwork air moving in a way that felt attentive. The digital clock over his TV blinked 2:31. Once a minute, it emitted a tiny, polite beep, like it was dimly surprised that another 60 seconds had passed. I went in, pulled a chair up to the bed, and sat down where he could see me if he opened his eyes. Up close, the Cheyne-Stokes rhythm was harder to ignore. He would breathe fast and shallow for 10-15 seconds, chest rising and falling in little hops, and then stop entirely. For a moment, the room would go very still. No whistle, no rattle, just the hum of the machine and that barely there murmur from the vent above. Then he would drag in another series of breaths, like someone coming up out of deep water. "Hey, Mr. Briggs," I said softly, taking his hand. His skin was cool and papery, the knuckles knobby and discolored with old bruises. "It's me again. Night shift. You're okay? You're not alone. This is what we do at the end. We say the script. We say the things we are supposed to say to make the living feel better about what is happening to the dying. Your daughter loves you," I added. "She'll be back in the morning. You did good. You can rest." His eyelids fluttered. For a second, I thought he was trying to look at me. Instead, his gaze drifted up past my shoulder, past the TV and the silent radio to the ceiling above his head. More specifically, to the vent. It was a rectangle of dark metal set into the plaster horizontal slats angled down toward the bed. Cool air whispered out of it in faint, intermittent streams. As he stared at it, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The noise from inside the duct changed, still soft, but no longer random. There was a cadence to it, a slow inhale, a slower exhale, like something inside the wall was trying to match him. His mouth moved. A wet, rattling sound spilled out with his next breath, half word, half air. I leaned closer, my ear just inches from his lips. He did not say "I love you." He did not say, "Tell her I'm sorry," or "It hurts," or "I'm afraid." What came out instead was a sentence that felt wrong in his mouth, the syllables falling in a pattern that did not belong to a 78-year-old man from rural Iowa. "Make a room in the wall," he whispered. The words scraped their way past mucus and weakness, each consonant dragged like something heavy across the floor. "Let it breathe between us." His eyes didn't leave the vent. The green waveform on the monitor jittered, dipped, climbed. "Don't close it." Another breath, jagged, whistling. "Let it feed." The sentence had a rhythm to it, a shape. Not random, not babble. It sounded more than anything like a line from a prayer someone had taught him and told him never to forget. There was a certain emphasis on breathe and feed, a beat between each phrase that did not match his failing lungs. The air from the vent brushed the top of my head. In that moment, I could have sworn it smelled faintly damp and metallic, like the inside of a warm pipe that had carried something other than air. Before I could say anything, before I could ask him what he meant or who he was talking to, his chest expanded. Not the little hops from earlier. This was a single, deliberate inhale deeper than any he had managed all night. His ribs showed under his skin, each one sharp and defined. The hollow above his collarbones sank. His neck tendons stood out like cables. For a heartbeat, it looked like his whole torso might split. Then he let it go. The exhale came out as a long, low, broken sound halfway between a sigh and a groan. As the air left him, a dark, sluggish blob of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, ran along the crease of his cheek, and dropped onto the pillowcase. Not bright red, but thick and almost black, the color of coffee left too long in a burner. The monitor screamed at the same time he finished, the flat, unwavering tone of a heart, no longer bothering to beat, cut through the room, through the hallway, through the thin layer of denial I had been wearing since I stepped in. Beep. I hit the silence button more for myself than for him. The green line that had been bouncing with each breath settled into a straight, unbroken horizon. I sat there for a second, my hand still wrapped around his every nurse instinct running headfirst into the DNR signed hours before. No chest compressions, no code, no yelling for a crash cart. This was what he'd chosen. This was what his daughter had asked for. He had died looking at the vent. Denise arrived a minute later, drawn by the alarm even though I had muted it. "How long?" she asked. "Just now," I said. My own voice sounded thin. 2:36, 2:37 maybe. We'll call it at 36. She glanced at the monitor at the frozen numbers. Any distress, I hesitated. His breathing changed. Cheney Stokes. He said something right before. "What did he say?" she asked quickly. I told her, repeating the words as best I could remember. "Make a room in the wall. Let it breathe between us. Don't close it. Let it feed." I expected her to frown, to ask if he might have been delirious, to shrug it off as end-of-life nonsense. Instead, her eyebrows lifted a fraction. There was no surprise in it, only interest. "He said it right?" she asked. Word for word, that phrasing lodged in my stomach. "I think so," I said, "as close as I can remember." Why, she nodded once like a box had just been ticked somewhere. "Good," she said. "Chart time of death as 2:36. Note, no acute distress observed." "I'll call the daughter. Make sure the recorder is on." I almost asked what recorder she meant. Then I remembered the small white disc above the vent, the mic she'd pointed out earlier. We went through the motions. We cleaned him up. We pulled the sheet up to his chin. We zipped the body bag together, the teeth of the zipper closing over his face, with a sound that always made me think of sealing something in that might not stay put otherwise. We turned off the TV and the lamp, leaving only the dim hall lights spilling in. By the time we wheeled him out for the mortuary techs to collect in the morning room, 3 was just another empty hospice room. Bed made, monitor dark, vent whispering to itself in the ceiling. We left the door closed and went back to the nurse's station. The hallway felt narrower than it had a few hours before. The building had that hollow, echoing quiet that only exists in places built to contain other people's pain. On the counter at the desk sat a small speaker connected to the room. Mike's volume turned low. Denise had left it on so we could hear if anyone called out. The indicator light for room 3 glowed faint green. I was halfway through starting my note when it happened. A sound came out of the speaker, not static, not feedback. A sudden wet, too close inhale. It was the sound of air being dragged fast through a narrow opening lined with moisture, the kind of sound you hear when someone with fluid in their lungs sucks in a breath too hard. Except there was no one in room 3 anymore. No lungs, no vocal cords, just an empty bed and a freshly smoothed pillow. The hair on my arms rose. For an instant, I pictured Walter's mouth under the zipper pressed against the inside of the bag, teeth-bared throat straining. Or something else standing beside his empty bed face, tilted up toward the mic, putting its mouth where his had been. I turned toward Denise, heart kicking once against my ribs. She was already reaching over, flipping the switch to mute the speaker. "It's the line clearing," she said before I could open my mouth. Her tone had the practiced calm of someone explaining away a bad dream to a child. "Happens sometimes. Don't let it freak you out." She went back to her charting like nothing unusual had happened. I nodded, pretended to accept that, and stared at my blank note until the screensaver tried to come on. The rest of the shift dragged. Every time the HVAC cut on above the nurse's station, the air pushing through the vent behind my head had weight to it. A presence as if someone were standing on the other side of the wall with their lips close to a crack, timing their breaths to mine. Riverbend was supposed to be where people came to die quietly. That night, lying awake in the staff chair with my eyes open and my charting done, I realized I had listened to something else's first satisfied breath. 2.1. They all started saying the same thing. If Walter Briggs had been the only one, I think I could have filed it away in the box where we put all the weird things dying people say. Morphine dreams, hypoxia, old memories bubbling up in the wrong words, the brain misfiring as it shuts down. But he wasn't the only one. Riverbend filled and emptied in cycles. Weeks would pass where nobody died, just slow decline and endless small tasks, changing linens, crushing pills and applesauce, adjusting oxygen flow, soothing confused questions. Then, like the building had flipped a switch, 3 admissions would come in back to back, and 2 would be gone before the end of my next stretch of nights. A 90-year-old woman with Alzheimer's came in first. Mrs. Henley. She had that soft, papery look some very old people get, like her bones were wearing through her skin. Most of the time, she lay with her eyes half closed, staring at some internal movie only she could see. Her son and daughter-in-law took turns sitting by her bed, arguing in whispers over whether to bring the great-grandkids in one last time. They brought KFC in a big greasy bucket one night, the smell of fried chicken and coleslaw filling her room, mixing with antiseptic and hand sanitizer. One of the granddaughters sat on the floor with an iPad watching cartoons, with the volume too loud, until I asked her to turn it down, because the woman across the hall was trying to sleep. On the second night of her stay, around 3 a.m, the family had finally gone home. The hallway was quiet. A late college football game murmured on a TV 2 doors down, announcers barely audible. I was double-checking meds when I heard a change in Henley's breathing over the room mic, hitching a little cluster of faster inhales. I went in expecting congestion, maybe needing to suction her or reposition her. Instead, I found her weirdly alert. Her eyes were wide open, clear in a way I had never seen them, irises, sharp pupils fixed on the vent above her bed. Her mouth hung open for a second, wet breath rattling. The nasal cannula hummed softly. "Hey, Mrs. Henley," I said, coming closer. "It's just me. You're okay?" She didn't look at me. Her gaze stayed on that rectangle of metal. When she spoke, the voice that came out was thinner than Walter's had been, but the cadence was almost identical. "Keep the space between the walls," she whispered. "Don't let it starve between us." The consonants caught on a dry tongue. A little string of spit shone between her lips. The words still landed in that same strange pattern, a rhythm like a song hummed off-key, but still recognizable. Her chest rose, fell, one more breath, then nothing. Her jaw slackened. The monitor beeped, slowed, went flat. The vent above her head exhaled once a little puff of cool air across my forehead, and then went very, very quiet. It wasn't until I was back at the nurse's station charting her time of death that the connection really landed. Walter had said, "Make a room in the wall." She had said, "Keep the space between the walls." Two different lives, two different minds dissolving, reaching for the same handful of words. The next one was a Vietnam vet named Carl. Old tattoo on his forearm, faded green eagle. COPD and heart failure had eaten away his strength. His chest wheezed even on maximum oxygen lungs, sounding like crumpled paper bags. He watched football every night, volume loud enough to make the door vibrate, cursing quarterbacks, between puffs of nebulized albuterol. His sons brought in McDonald's, the smell of fries and burgers thick enough to make my stomach turn by hour 10 of my shift. They wore oil-stained ball caps, and they called me ma'am, and they tried to make jokes to keep from looking at the oxygen saturation numbers. He hung on for days. Every night his breathing got a little more ragged, his skin a little more gray. Eventually, one night around 4 a.m., his sons went home to shower and grab a couple hours of sleep. They squeezed my shoulder on the way out. "Don't let him suffer," one of them said. "If it gets bad, knock him out." He told us he doesn't want to feel anything. I adjusted his morphine, repositioned him, checked the settings on his concentrator. His breaths came with audible effort, chest muscles pulling, neck tendons standing out. Overhead, the vent whispered. The mic above the bed picked up every rasp and relayed it to the small speaker at the desk. "He's close," Denise said quietly when she came in to glance at the monitor. "If the boys don't get back in time, we'll tell them he went peaceful." I sat with him when the pattern changed, because that's what you do in a hospice when the line between alive and not starts thinning out. The TV was off. The room was dim. The only sounds were his breath, the soft whine of the concentrator, and the faint hum in the wall. For a while, he was too busy fighting for air to speak. Then abruptly, a kind of calm passed over his face. His shoulders relaxed. His mouth stopped clutching at the cannula. He turned his head toward the vent. "Leave. The gap. Open," he croaked. The words scraped their way out, rusty and wrong. "It breathes. In the middle. It needs us." The phrasing was off, but the bones of the sentence were the same. The wall, the space, the breathing, the hunger. Every hair on my arms rose again. After Carl, I couldn't pretend I was hearing things. I started listening for it against my will. The 50-year-old mom with metastatic breast cancer, Lisa, had two teenagers who camped out at her bedside with headphones and hoodies, scrolling their phones while their mother dozed and occasionally woke to ask for ice chips. They brought in Starbucks, wore the same pajamas 2 days in a row, watched NFL games on mute with closed captions. On her last night, her daughter had fallen asleep in the recliner, a textbook open on her chest. The son had gone home to shower. I slipped in to check vitals and found Lisa's eyes open, tears leaking sideways into her hair. "Do you need more pain meds?" I asked. She shook her head very slightly. Her hands fluttered near the blanket fingers, picking at nothing. I took one in mine. It was damp and cold. "You're not alone," I told her. "Your kids love you. They'll be okay." She didn't look at them. She didn't look at me. She looked up past all of us at the vent. Her voice came out in a hoarse whisper, barely louder than the hiss of oxygen. "Don't let it go hungry in the walls," she said. "Let it breathe between us. It remembers." Her eyes glazed, clouding over as she forced the last word out. Her chest rose once, twice, then failed to fall again. The monitor beeped. Somewhere down the hall, a vending machine compressor shut off with a thunk, throwing the building into a deeper quiet. It was the same structure. Different mouths, different tones, different fragments. Same skeleton, wall, space, breath. Don't let it starve. Between us. The rational part of my brain tried to keep up. People hear things from each other. Families talk. Hospice staff use the same phrases. Maybe someone had said something weird in passing, and it had stuck in the patients' heads. Maybe I was subconsciously influencing what I heard. But the timing was wrong. They weren't talking to me. Their eyes weren't on my face. Their pupils were fixed on those metal slats. By the fourth or fifth time, I stopped pretending it was coincidence. That was when I bought the notebook. I picked it up on my way into a shift at the little pharmacy across from the hospital where I used to work. A cheap, black, pocket-sized thing with an elastic band around it and a pen loop. The kind of notebook people use for grocery lists or passwords. I slid it into my scrub pocket and told myself I was just tracking my own mental health. Patterns, intrusive thoughts, sleep. What I actually did was wait. Every time someone was actively dying when their breathing took on that stuttered, stair-stepping Cheney-Stokes climb, I found an excuse to be nearby. I listened. If they spoke, I leaned in. If they turned their eyes toward the vent, my pulse doubled. Afterward, when the room was clean and the family was gone and Denise was on the phone with the funeral home, I slipped into the med room, shut the door, and wrote down everything I could remember word for word. Scraps at first. Make a room in the wall. Let it breathe between us. Don't close it. Let it feed. Keep the space between the walls. Don't let it starve between us. Leave the gap open. It breathes in the middle. It needs us. My handwriting looked jittery, cramped. Underneath the lines, I'd scrawl notes I hated myself for writing. Voice suddenly clear, eyes on vent entire time, breathing pattern changed just before I called myself paranoid. I told myself I was doing exactly what the therapist warned me not to do, fixating. Seeing connections where there weren't any. Taking the normal weirdness of death and giving it a shape. But every time I closed the notebook and slid it back into my pocket, it felt heavier. There was one night that pushed it all from creepy into something uglier. Mr. Dawson was another lung cancer patient, younger than Walter, but worse off. Years of smoking had torn his lungs up. Every inhale sounded like sandpaper. His ex-wife came by once, sat stiffly in the chair for 10 minutes, then left. No one else visited. By the time I got him, his chart said comfort care only and family not reachable. His skin had that waxy, almost yellow cast. His lips were cracked. The tumor pressing on his airway made his voice come out thin and breathy when he tried to speak. Around 3 a.m., his breathing went from awful to apocalyptic. He sucked at the oxygen like a man trying to inhale through a straw jammed in mud. his chest pulled so hard I could see the outlines of his ribs under his gown. His fingernails scraped weakly at the sheet. "I'm here," I said, grabbing the suction ready to clear whatever I could. "I've got you. Just breathe as best you can." His eyes snapped up to the vent. They had been dull all night. Now they were bright, almost feverish. "Make room," he forced out between gasps. Each word rode on a spray of hot, bloody air. A string of bright red blood bubbled up from his throat and splattered across his lower lip. When he tried to suck in another breath, it went down the wrong way. He started to choke, the sound thick and wet, like someone plunging their hands into a sink full of meat and water. "Let it breathe," he gagged. A clot shot out, hit the drape over his chest, and burst into smaller droplets that speckled the white fabric in a constellation of red. The suction catheter slurped and gurgled as I tried to clear his airway, the noise obscene under the whisper sigh of the vent. The machine's hum never changed. The air from the duct stayed steady cool. For a heartbeat, though, it felt like it had stopped, not in a mechanical sense, but in the way a person pauses when they're listening very intently. Don't another wave of blood cut him off. His body convulsed, thin arms twitching, dark spots of spit and blood flying from his mouth. The suction tube rattled against his teeth. Somewhere behind that, he was still trying to form the rest of the sentence. I heard fragments through the choking. "Let it. Hungry. Between. Walls." And then he stopped. Everything stopped. His chest frozen in mid-rise, eyes still locked on the vent mouth, open lips smeared red. The monitor went from frantic to flat in one shrill, uninterrupted scream. I pulled the suction out. The catheter dripped a mix of saline and blood. A few bright drops hit the floor, ticking softly as they landed. It should have been the loudest thing in the room. Instead, the sound I noticed most was that faint, careful exhale from the duct above his head, like something on the other side of the wall was finally satisfied. I wrote his words down in the med room with bloody gloves still on my pen, leaving a smear where my hand shook. They weren't talking to me. That was the thought I couldn't shake. They weren't talking to their families or to God or to themselves. Whatever those last sentences were, whoever had taught them, they were meant for something else. Something in the walls that already knew how to breathe and wanted to be reminded. 2.2. Trying to leave it at work. Most nights when my shift ended at 7, the sky over the town was the color of old paper. Not really dark, not really light. Just that washed-out gray you get when the sun is technically up, but has no interest in doing anything about it. I'd clock out, shove my stethoscope into my backpack, and step out into the parking lot behind Riverbend. The air always felt different on that side of the door. Thinner. The building's noises dropped away the second the door sealed shut and were replaced by ordinary morning sounds. A car passing on the road, a truck downshifting half a mile away, birds starting up in the trees near the river. I made myself a routine. People like me are big on routines. They give you the illusion that you're in control of something. First, stop the McDonald's off the main road into town. The overnight crew got used to seeing me in wrinkled navy scrubs, hair pulled back, badge still clipped to my neckline. Coffee, large black, the cheapest thing that would keep my hands busy on the drive. Sometimes a sausage biscuit if I remembered I hadn't eaten anything since midnight. The drive-through speaker crackled. Someone half my age asked if I wanted an extra hash brown. I listened to the sizzle from the kitchen, the clatter of the ice machine, the hum of refrigerators, a symphony of normal mechanical noise. No vents breathing, no heart monitors. From there, I'd swing by the 24-hour Walmart on the edge of town. One aisle would smell like rubber tires, another like bread, another like laundry detergent. Under the fluorescent wash, people shuffled around in hoodies and pajama pants, buying cat food and cereal. No one there was dying. No one was watching the ceiling, waiting for instructions from the ductwork. By the time I pulled into the lot outside my apartment building, the coffee cup would be empty. My scrub top would smell faintly of fryer oil and cold air, and I could almost pretend Riverbend was just some strange dream I left parked back in that dead-end circle by the river. My building was the kind of two-story complex that sprouts near discount stores and gas stations. Beige siding rust on the stair railings, a strip of patchy grass running along the front. Inside my unit was normal. It had the things apartments are supposed to have: a couch with a sagging cushion, a small TV, a chipped table that I told myself I'd replace when I got around to it, a bed that was always half-made. In the mornings, the place sounded alive in a way Riverbend never did. The guy upstairs loved late-night action movies. If I was getting home on a weekend, I'd hear the muffled thump of explosions over my head, the rumble of too much bass. The woman across the hall ran her laundry almost every day, so there was always some washer humming or dryer rumbling down the hall. Bacon grease popped in someone's pan downstairs, sending up a smell that seeped into the hallway carpet. Someone's alarm would go off 3 times in a row through the thin walls. A kid would laugh. A dog would bark. Ordinary life leaking through drywall. I tried to build a wall in my head between that and what happened at work. Hospice belonged to night. Everything else belonged to day. When I got home, I'd kick my shoes off in the doorway, drop my bag on the table, and go through the motions of being a person. Shower the hospital smell off my skin, stare at my phone while Netflix autoplayed another episode of some show I wasn't really following. Scroll TikTok until videos blurred together, people dancing, cooking, screaming about politics, making jokes about jobs that might actually kill them slower than mine. Some nights I'd play something mindless on the Xbox, a shooter, a racing game, anything with noise that had nothing to do with breathing patterns or monitor alarms. Eventually, I'd set my phone on the nightstand, plug it in, and try to sleep while the rest of the world got up and went to work. Sleep didn't always cooperate. The first week after Walter and Henley and Carl and Lisa, I told myself it was just adrenaline. You can't sit through that many deaths in a row and not have some residual noise in your head. I expected to hear phantom monitor beeps in the shower, the hiss of oxygen when I opened the fridge, the click of a call light when my phone vibrated. What I didn't expect was the vent. My apartment had a combined heating and cooling unit, a box in the wall under the living room window with a metal grill and a thermostat that only sometimes did what it promised. In the bedroom above the head of my bed was a smaller vent, a rectangle with angled slats, not unlike the ones in the ceilings at Riverbend. The first time I really heard it, I was half asleep. The room was dark, except for the faint glow from the digital clock on my nightstand. I'd left a fan running for white noise, a habit I picked up in college, and between that, the distant rush of highway traffic and the occasional thump from upstairs, I should have been able to drown out anything else. Right as I slipped over that edge between awake and out, something shifted. The fan's steady whir faded into the background, and from above my head, I caught the distinct sound of air pushing through the vent. Not just the vague rush it usually made when the heat kicked on, but a distinct pattern inhale-exhale. 2 beats pause, 2 beats pause. I lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling because I was suddenly very sure I did not want to look at the vent itself. Sometimes you hear your own breathing, especially when you're trying not to. I counted it out in my head. In, 2, out. 2, in, 2, out, 2. It didn't match. There were 2 rhythms. My lungs were working faster, a little shallow from the stirring panic. The sound from the vent was slower, deeper, pulled from further down in the chest. The kind of breath you take when you've been waiting a long time and finally get what you wanted, lying there in the dark. I had the sharp, irrational image of someone or something lying on the other side of the wall, pressed up against the duct, sharing the vent with me. Me on one side, it on the other, our breaths weaving in and out of each other's like two people sharing a blanket. My hand moved before I could stop it. I swung my legs off the bed, heart hammering, and fumbled for the light. The lamp clicked on, flooding the small room with cheap yellow light. The vent was just a vent, a metal grill dust caught in the corners, a faint ring where someone had once painted around it. The sound didn't stop. I walked out to the hallway where the thermostat was and jabbed at the buttons until the display blinked off. Off. Completely off. Heat off. Fan off. System off. The unit in the living room shuddered as it powered down. The hum in the walls dropped. Back in the bedroom, the air from the vent slowed, but it didn't shut off right away. For a few more seconds, it expelled a series of soft, stubborn bursts. A drawn-out exhale, then another shorter one like whoever was on the other side hadn't gotten the memo yet. Then silence. Or close enough? I stood on the mattress in my socks and put my hand flat against the wall around the vent. The drywall was cool. Nothing moved. On the other side, there should have been nothing but insulation and ductwork. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. It's just the system spinning down. Rational voices can be very loud in the daylight. At 3 in the afternoon, everything has a normal explanation. At 3 in the morning in your bedroom, after weeks of hearing dying people whisper to the walls, those explanations feel thinner. The next day, I made an appointment with a therapist my old ER-charge nurse had sworn by. She sees a lot of nurses, he said. She won't freak out if you talk about dead bodies. Her office was in a converted house near the hospital, all neutral colors and framed prints of calming landscapes. She had a soft voice and a big mug of tea and shelves of books with titles about trauma and resilience. I didn't tell her about the vent. I told her about Walter, about Henley, about the way the hospice felt small and heavy at 3 in the morning. I said I was hearing things after work, but I let her assume I meant in my head. She nodded and used phrases like grief exposure and compassion fatigue. She said the brain likes patterns and will find them even where they don't exist. She drew a neat little diagram of how chronic stress sensitizes the nervous system, makes you jumpier, more likely to interpret a random creak as meaningful. It makes sense that your mind is trying to make sense of death by giving it structure, she said, by turning it into a kind of story. But a vent is just a vent. A building is just a building. I nodded. I wanted very badly to believe her. I left with a list of grounding exercises, a suggestion to journal, and a follow-up appointment in 2 weeks. That night, lying in bed with the light off the vent, exhaled again. At the exact moment my brain replayed Lisa's last words. Don't let it go hungry in the walls. The timing was too perfect to be comfortable, and just off enough to be deniable. Okay, I thought. Treat it like a symptom. Don't argue with it. Don't feed it. Track it. The next time I pulled out the little black notebook at home, I didn't write down anyone's last words. I wrote 3:17 a.m. apartment HVAC off on thermostat. Still heard second breathing pattern in bedroom vent. Mine equals fast/shallow. Other equals slow/deep sound. Continued a few seconds after system shut down. It felt ridiculous labeling my own fear like a patient's chart. But if I was going to lose my grip on what was real and what wasn't, I at least wanted a record of when it started following me home. 2.2. Trying to leave it at work. Most nights when my shift ended at 7, the sky over the town was the color of old paper. Not really dark, not really light, just that washed-out gray you get when the sun is technically up, but has no interest in doing anything about it. I'd clock out, shove my stethoscope into my backpack, and step out into the parking lot behind Riverbend. The air always felt different on that side of the door. Thinner. The building's noises dropped away the second the door sealed shut, and were replaced by ordinary morning sounds, a car passing on the road, a truck downshifting half a mile away, birds starting up in the trees near the river. I made myself a routine. People like me are big on routines. They give you the illusion that you're in control of something. First, stop the McDonald's off the main road into town. The overnight crew got used to seeing me in wrinkled navy scrubs, hair pulled back, badge still clipped to my neckline. Coffee, large black, the cheapest thing that would keep my hands busy on the drive. Sometimes a sausage biscuit if I remembered I hadn't eaten anything since midnight. The drive-through speaker crackled. Someone half my age asked if I wanted an extra hash brown. I listened to the sizzle from the kitchen, the clatter of the ice machine, the hum of refrigerators, a symphony of normal mechanical noise. No vents breathing, no heart monitors. From there, I'd swing by the 24-hour Walmart on the edge of town. One aisle would smell like rubber tires, another like bread, another like laundry detergent. Under the fluorescent wash, people shuffled around in hoodies and pajama pants, buying cat food and cereal. No one there was dying. No one was watching the ceiling waiting for instructions from the ductwork. By the time I pulled into the lot outside my apartment building, the coffee cup would be empty. My scrub top would smell faintly of fryer oil and cold air, and I could almost pretend Riverbend was just some strange dream I left parked back in that dead-end circle by the river. My building was the kind of two-story complex that sprouts near discount stores and gas stations. Beige siding rust on the stair railings, a strip of patchy grass running along the front. Inside my unit was normal. It had the things apartments are supposed to have: a couch with a sagging cushion, a small TV, a chipped table that I told myself I'd replace when I got around to it, a bed that was always half-made. In the mornings, the place sounded alive in a way Riverbend never did. The guy upstairs loved late-night action movies. If I was getting home on a weekend, I'd hear the muffled thump of explosions over my head, the rumble of too much bass. The woman across the hall ran her laundry almost every day, so there was always some washer humming or dryer rumbling down the hall. Bacon grease popped in someone's pan downstairs, sending up a smell that seeped into the hallway carpet. Someone's alarm would go off 3 times in a row through the thin walls. A kid would laugh. A dog would bark. Ordinary life leaking through drywall. I tried to build a wall in my head between that and what happened at work. Hospice belonged to night. Everything else belonged today. When I got home, I'd kick my shoes off in the doorway, drop my bag on the table, and go through the motions of being a person. Shower the hospital smell off my skin. Stare at my phone while Netflix autoplayed another episode of some show I wasn't really following. Scroll TikTok until videos blurred together, people dancing, cooking, screaming about politics, making jokes about jobs that might actually kill them slower than mine. Some nights I'd play something mindless on the Xbox, a shooter, a racing game, anything, with noise that had nothing to do with breathing patterns or monitor alarms. Eventually, I'd set my phone on the nightstand, plug it in, and try to sleep while the rest of the world got up and went to work. Sleep didn't always cooperate. The first week after Walter and Henley and Carl and Lisa, I told myself it was just adrenaline. You can't sit through that many deaths in a row and not have some residual noise in your head. I expected to hear phantom monitor beeps in the shower, the hiss of oxygen when I opened the fridge, the click of a call light when my phone vibrated. What I didn't expect was the vent. My apartment had a combined heating and cooling unit, a box in the wall under the living room window with a metal grill and a thermostat that only sometimes did what it promised. In the bedroom above the head of my bed was a smaller vent, a rectangle with angled slats, not unlike the ones in the ceilings at Riverbend. The first time I really heard it, I was half asleep. The room was dark, except for the faint glow from the digital clock on my nightstand. I'd left a fan running for white noise, a habit I picked up in college, and between that, the distant rush of highway traffic and the occasional thump from upstairs, I should have been able to drown out anything else. Right as I slipped over that edge between awake and out, something shifted. The fan's steady whir faded into the background, and from above my head, I caught the distinct sound of air pushing through the vent. Not just the vague rush it usually made when the heat kicked on, but a distinct pattern inhale-exhale. 2 beats pause. 2 beats pause. I lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling because I was suddenly very sure I did not want to look at the vent itself. Sometimes you hear your own breathing, especially when you're trying not to. I counted it out in my head. In, 2, out, 2, in, 2, out, 2. It didn't match. There were 2 rhythms. My lungs were working faster, a little shallow from the stirring panic. The sound from the vent was slower, deeper, pulled from further down in the chest. The kind of breath you take when you've been waiting a long time and finally get what you wanted. Lying there in the dark, I had the sharp, irrational image of someone or something lying on the other side of the wall, pressed up against the duct, sharing the vent with me. Me on one side, it on the other, our breaths weaving in and out of each other's, like 2 people sharing a blanket. My hand moved before I could stop it. I swung my legs off the bed heart, hammering, and fumbled for the light. The lamp clicked on, flooding the small room with cheap yellow light. The vent was just a vent. A metal grill dust caught in the corners, a faint ring where someone had once painted around it. The sound didn't stop. I walked out to the hallway where the thermostat was and jabbed at the buttons until the display blinked off. Off, completely off. Heat off, fan off, system off. The unit in the living room shuddered as it powered down. The hum in the walls dropped. Back in the bedroom, the air from the vent slowed, but it didn't shut off right away. For a few more seconds, it expelled a series of soft, stubborn bursts. A drawn-out exhale, then another shorter one, like whoever was on the other side hadn't gotten the memo yet. Then silence. Or close enough. I stood on the mattress in my socks and put my hand flat against the wall around the vent. The drywall was cool. Nothing moved. On the other side, there should have been nothing but insulation and ductwork. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. It's just the system spinning down. Rational voices can be very loud in the daylight. At 3 in the afternoon, everything has a normal explanation. At 3 in the morning in your bedroom, after weeks of hearing dying people whisper to the walls, those explanations feel thinner. The next day, I made an appointment with a therapist my old ER charge nurse had sworn by. She sees a lot of nurses, he said. She won't freak out if you talk about dead bodies. Her office was in a converted house near the hospital, all neutral colors and framed prints of calming landscapes. She had a soft voice and a big mug of tea and shelves of books with titles about trauma and resilience. I didn't tell her about the vent. I told her about Walter, about Henley, about the way the hospice felt small and heavy at 3 in the morning. I said I was hearing things after work, but I let her assume I meant in my head. She nodded and used phrases like grief exposure and compassion fatigue. She said the brain likes patterns and will find them even where they don't exist. She drew a neat little diagram of how chronic stress sensitizes the nervous system, makes you jumpier, more likely to interpret a random creak as meaningful. "It makes sense that your mind is trying to make sense of death by giving it structure," she said, "by turning it into a kind of story. But a vent is just a vent. A building is just a building." I nodded. I wanted very badly to believe her. I left with a list of grounding exercises, a suggestion to journal, and a follow-up appointment in 2 weeks. That night, lying in bed with the light off the vent, exhaled again, at the exact moment my brain replayed Lisa's last words, "Don't let it go hungry in the walls." The timing was too perfect to be comfortable, and just off enough to be deniable. Okay, I thought. Treat it like a symptom. Don't argue with it. Don't feed it. Track it. The next time I pulled out the little black notebook at home, I didn't write down anyone's last words. I wrote 3:17 a.m., apartment HVAC off on thermostat. Still heard second breathing pattern in bedroom vent. Mine equals fast/shallow, other equals slow/deep sound. Continued a few seconds after system shut down. It felt ridiculous labeling my own fear like a patient's chart. But if I was going to lose my grip on what was real and what wasn't, I at least wanted a record of when it started following me home. 2.3. The manual no one was supposed to read. The night I found the binder, Riverbend was as close to peaceful as it ever got. We had 6 patients on the board, but none of them were circling the drain. No Cheney Stokes, no frantic families, no last-minute admissions rolling in from some overworked hospitalist. One old man watched late-night game shows with the volume barely audible. One woman snored softly under a CPAP mask. The others drifted in and out of medicated sleep. From the nurse's station, the monitors showed a row of slow, steady heart rates and unremarkable oxygen saturations. The hallway lights were dimmed. The speakers for the room mics fed us nothing but the occasional cough or the rustle of sheets. It should have been boring. Boring is what you're supposed to want on nights. "If you're looking for something to do," Denise said, sliding a stack of Mars across the counter, "you could take a crack at the basement office. Files down there are a mess. Admin keeps saying they'll hire someone to organize them and then doesn't." She smiled like it was a joke we were both in on, but there was something behind it. Maybe just the relief of having a quiet shift, maybe something else. "I can do that," I heard myself say. Anything to keep from sitting alone with my thoughts and the sound of the vents. She handed me a ring of keys. "Backstairs by the kitchen. Office is at the bottom on the right. If you see a raccoon bigger than you, just give him the desk and come back up." I smiled back, pocketed the keys, and headed down the hall. The door to the stairwell was one of those heavy fire doors that always felt colder than it should when you touched the push bar. It swung shut behind me with a thick, echoing thud, and the sound of the hospice, the monitors, the TVS, the low murmur of staff dropped off like somebody had turned down a fader. The basement smelled different. The air had that mineral, slightly damp quality. All old institutional basements have layered over with dust and something vaguely chemical, cleaning agents maybe, and the faint ghost of floor wax. My footsteps sounded too loud on the narrow concrete stairs, the overhead fluorescent tubes buzzing like a nest of distant insects. The basement office door was propped open with a cardboard box. Inside the room was cramped and windowless, lit by a single flickering neon fixture. 2 metal filing cabinets stood against one wall, paint scuffed and dented. A desk overflowed with loose paper envelopes, a dead plant in a pot that had probably once been green. It was the kind of room hospitals and clinics grow over time, an afterthought space where old records go to die. I shut the door behind me, and the hum of the light seemed to swell in the sudden isolation. When I opened the first drawer of the nearest cabinet, a thin puff of stale air and paper dust hit my face. The folders inside were labeled in fading marker admissions, 1983 to 1987. Medicare audits, staff schedules, 1990s, old policies. I started with the top drawer of the second cabinet more to have something to point to later, if someone asked, than from any sense of purpose. My hands went into automatic motion pull folder, skim label, straighten stack, set aside anything obviously misfiled. Most of it was mundane. Old incident reports, outdated procedural guidelines, carbon copies of memos from administrators long gone. Then, in the back of the bottom drawer, behind a row of dusty hanging folders, my fingers closed on something thicker than paper. I had to tug to get it free. A 3-ring binder, maybe 1.5 inches thick, the cheap kind with a flexible black cover. There was no typed label on the spine, no logo, just a rectangle of yellowed tape on the front and a title scrawled across it in blue pen in neat, old-fashioned handwriting. Riverbend Breath Protocol, internal only. The word internal had been underlined twice. I stood there for a second with the binder in my hands listening. The building didn't care. The neon fixture buzzed. The HVAC somewhere in the guts of the hospice groaned and sighed. In the corridor outside the office, I thought I heard the faint tick of expanding metal. I set the binder on the desk, slid into the squeaky chair, and opened it. The first page was a title sheet, no hospital logo, no legal boilerplate, just the same careful handwriting as the label Riverbend Hospice, end-of-life breathing and environment guidelines. Underneath, smaller, maintaining calm at end of life. It could have been a homemade in-service. Nurses cobble together that kind of thing all the time when administration doesn't give them budget for proper training. A handful of photocopied pages slightly crooked on the paper followed. Someone had tried to organize them into sections, but the tabs were handwritten and inconsistent. The first few pages were actually normal. Bullet points about maintaining a quiet environment, reducing unnecessary stimuli, speaking in calm tones. Suggestions about dimming lights, limiting the number of people in the room, avoiding sudden touch. Nothing I hadn't heard before in palliative care trainings. Then there was a section titled Phrases to Avoid. It listed a bunch of comfort phrases that, according to whoever wrote this, could cause agitation instead of peace. Don't say, don't go, or fight, or stay with us. Once active dying has begun, one note read. Do not introduce new fears. It's okay to let go. Can be frightening if the patient is not ready. Fine. Debatable maybe, but not inherently bizarre. What made my skin crawl were the annotations in the margins. Next to one bullet point, someone had written, avoid phrases that contradict established pathway. Next to another, do not override traveled pattern with new imagery at end-of-life stage. Established pathway, traveled pattern. It sounded less like nursing and more like training an animal or programming. I turned the page. This one had no heading at the top, just a series of short lines down the middle of the sheet. The photocopy was faint, the original having probably been written in pencil, but I could make out enough. Let it breathe between us. Make a room in the wall. Don't close the space between the walls. Don't let it go hungry in the walls. Leave the gap open. It needs us. It remembers our breath. Underneath the list, in darker ink and a more assertive hand, was a note, if uttered spontaneously, do not interrupt. Document verbatim. Do not coach unless authorized. I stared at the words until they blurred. Every sentence, the whole creepy patchwork of phrases I'd carefully written down from dying mouths in my little black notebook, was here. Not in some occult text hidden in a priest's drawer, not in a horror story anthology. In a homemade hospice protocol tucked into a binder in a basement office. Someone had known, long enough ago to type and photocopy it. I flipped ahead with fingers that didn't feel entirely connected to the rest of me. The next section was a kind of technical guide. Hand-drawn diagrams of the room microphones, notes on how to adjust the sensitivity from the central console, tips on checking audio levels. Ensure clear capture of end expiratory phrases, one line said. Adjust gain as needed. Another, avoid overlapping noise, TV, radio, loud family conversation during final minutes when possible. It read like a checklist for a field recording, not for music, not for birds or storms. For the last thing someone says as they empty their lungs for the final time. There were even references to when to review and catalog notable phrases. No details on where they were cataloged or why. My mind snagged on authorized. Authorized to coach. Coach what? The lines, the cadence. I turned another page and a piece of paper slipped out from between the sheets and drifted into my lap. It was a photograph. Not glossy like modern prints, but matte, the edges slightly curled. The whole thing gone the warm brown of old coffee. Sepia, the word is. Sepia, like fake nostalgia filters over something that was never that warm to begin with. It showed a group of people standing outside Riverbend. The building looked the same low brick, same squat shape, though the sign was newer and the landscaping less overgrown. The cars in the lot behind them were boxier, older models, all straight lines and chrome. The people were staff. I recognized the type from a lifetime in hospitals, nurses in white uniforms, aides in colored scrubs, someone in a cardigan who was probably social work. A few men in shirts and ties, stethoscopes around their necks. My eyes went to one of the men in the back row automatically. He was younger, thinner in the face. His hair, still full, was more salt and pepper than white. But the set of his jaw, the slope of his nose, the slight squint of his eyes against the sun, they were all unmistakable. Dr. Hollis. If the photo had been taken around the time the cars suggested, late 70s, maybe early 80s, that would put him what, in his 30s, 40s, which would make him something like 80 now. He did not look 80. The man I'd met upstairs looked early 60s at worst. My gaze slid sideways uninvited to the woman standing next to him. Shorter than the nurses, hair pulled back in a familiar style. A small smile on her lips that somehow still looked like it didn't quite reach her eyes. Even in the faded tones, I could see the dark eyeliner. Her name badge was too blurry to read, but it didn't matter. She looked like Denise. Not kind of like Denise. Not you could be related like Denise. Like Denise, with only the smallest differences you could explain away as bad film or a different haircut. If that picture had been taken 40 years ago, give or take, the woman beside Hollis should now be in her 70s. Denise upstairs was maybe 50 on a rough day in bad light. The air in the little office seemed to drop a few degrees. For a moment, all I could hear was the buzz of the fluorescent tube over my head and the slow, ache-like throb of my own pulse in my ears. Time doesn't work like that, I told myself. People dye their hair. People age well. The photo could be misdated. There could be another doctor who looked like Hollis, another nurse with the same features. I lined up rational explanations in my head, like bandages over a wound that was still bleeding through. They didn't stick. The juxtaposition of Hollis's face, younger but recognizably him, and Denise's, almost unchanged, somehow made the rest of the words in the binder feel heavier. Established pathway, traveled pattern, end expiratory phrases. Do not coach unless authorized. Whatever was happening at Riverbend, it had been happening long enough to justify its own manual, long enough for staff to pose outside for a photo and agree to stand close together. Long enough for time to start doing weird, lazy loops around some of them. I realized I was holding my breath, The office had no mics like the patient rooms, no discreet white discs in the corners. Still, as I sat there with the binder open and the photograph in my hand, something overhead clicked. A tiny pop like a speaker coming to life. I looked up. In the corner of the ceiling above the door, half hidden under a film of dust, was a small square grill I'd assumed was just part of the HVAC. Now a faint crackle whispered from it, the sound of a line opening. Then, as clearly as if I were standing at the bedside of someone drowning in their own lungs, I heard a breath. Not a normal breath. Not the soft, anonymous sigh of air moving in ducts. This was close, wet, ragged. It started with a sharp drag, as if someone were sucking in air past fluid, and ended with a rattle that caught in a throat that wasn't there. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, long enough for my spine to lock. Every patient upstairs had been stable when I came down. If someone had suddenly tanked, the hallway would be lighting up with alarms, the central monitor would be screaming, Denise would be on the radio. Down here in the concrete quiet, the only thing that reacted was me. I stared at the little speaker until my eyes watered. Behind me, the door hinges creaked. I jerked around the chair, protesting heart in my throat. Denise stood in the doorway, one hand still on the frame. She looked from the open binder to the photograph in my hand, to my face. "Those files are for admin," she said softly. No smile this time. "You don't need to worry about them." Her voice didn't have an edge. She didn't sound angry. That somehow made it worse, like she was reminding me of a policy everyone else already understood. I closed the binder, slowly sliding the photograph back between its pages. My fingers left faint smudges on the sepia surface. For a moment, the image of Hollis and Denise, thinner, fresher, but unmistakably them, seemed to float above the paper. "Just old policies," she added, like she was offering me a life raft. "Half that stuff doesn't even apply anymore." The little grill in the ceiling gave one last, almost inaudible crackle and went silent. "Right," I said. "Old policies." I put the binder back where I'd found it, deep in the drawer behind a row of dead years, and followed Denise out into the corridor. The fluorescent light flickered once as I passed under it. Upstairs, the main hall felt both exactly the same and completely different. Same beige walls, same mismatched clocks, same closed doors and soft glows from under them. But now there was another layer laid over everything, thin and suffocating, like plastic wrap over a face. Riverbend didn't just have a history, it had instructions. And somewhere between the pages of that binder and the faces in that photograph, I had a feeling I'd just flipped past a chapter I was never meant to read. 3.1. We keep them cold until someone comes. His name was Ethan, 32. Hodgkin's lymphoma that stopped responding to everything they threw at it. By the time he rolled into Riverbend, he looked like someone had taken a normal guy and erased him a little at a time. Muscle gone, hair gone, color gone, until what was left barely weighed down the bed. He didn't have family listed on his intake paperwork. Just one emergency contact, a friend named Mark, who worked nights at a warehouse and only managed to come by every few days. When he did, he brought Ethan energy drinks he couldn't swallow anymore and told stories about co-workers and forklift accidents that weren't funny. But Ethan laughed anyway, a dry wheeze that rattled behind his ribs. They watched horror movies together on his laptop, earbuds shared between them. One night I walked in, and they were halfway through some low-budget slasher. Ethan grinned at me, eyes too big in his pale face. "At least those guys go quick," he said. "Nobody sits there watching their white blood cell count fall every week." "Cheerful," I told him. He shrugged. When Mark wasn't there, Ethan scrolled on his phone, thumb moving out of habit even when his eyes were closed. The glow lit the hollows under his cheekbones. He had a morphine pump he joked about like a gamer with a new console, my favorite button. But toward the end, he pressed it less. There's a kind of tired you get to where even pain is just background noise. He died on a Thursday night, technically turned Friday morning, right as the snow started. The forecast had been screaming about the storm all week. Every TV in the building had flashed warnings between commercials, hazardous travel, whiteout conditions, stay off the roads, unless absolutely necessary. By midnight, the parking lot outside Riverbend was already softened into mounds, tire tracks, filling in as fast as cars made them. Ethan's breathing went sideways around 2 a.m. His oxygen sats dipped, his heart rate climbed, then stuttered. He looked at me once, clear-eyed, and said, "Guess I'm finally trending like it was a bad social media joke." I stayed with him as the storm outside thickened snow plastering itself against the window, turning the world beyond into a smeared fluorescent blank. Inside the room hummed concentrator, whining monitor, beeping vent, murmuring overhead like a second set of lungs. When he finally let go, it was almost quiet. No dramatic last line to the wall, no scripted phrase, just a long exhale and a slight softening in his face like someone had loosened a knot. I called it to the time. Denise came in, checked. The monitor nodded, squeezed my shoulder. "I'll call the funeral home," she said. "They'll probably be late with the roads. We'll have to keep him downstairs until they can get through." She left. I cleaned him up, pulled the sheet up, zip. The zipper teeth closed over his features, turning him from Ethan into a shape under plastic. When I rolled the gurney toward the service elevator, the main hall windows were black squares edged in white. Snow hurled itself at the glass and stuck layer on layer until even the security lights outside were just dull glows. At the elevator, Denise met me with a clipboard and an orderly I'd only seen a few times, big guy with a shaved head and a tired face. His name tag said, Tony. "Funeral home stuck out on County Road 7, she said. "Jackknife truck blocking the way. Dispatch says it'll be at least 3 hours before anyone can get in or out. So we just..." "Hold him?" I asked. "We keep them cold until someone comes," she said. "Mortuary fridge is there for a reason." She handed me a key metal cool against my palm. "Take him down with Tony. Use the back stairwell by the kitchen," she added. "And don't open the last door at the end of the hall, that's just storage. You'll know the fridge when you see it." She said it lightly, like it was just logistical chatter. Something about the way she tacked that last part on made it land wrong. My brain flagged it and then filed it away, too tired to unpack the feeling. The service elevator shuddered when Tony hit the button, old steel doors clattering shut. Inside, the air smelled faintly of metal and oil. The fluorescent strip in the ceiling hummed and flickered. Ethan's covered form lay between us, black zipper catching the light. "Storm came in fast," Tony said, eyes on the floor indicator. "Road'll be a sheet of ice by dawn." "Yeah," I said, because anything else felt like too much effort. The elevator groaned down one level and lurched to a stop. The doors dragged open to reveal a short hallway of cinder block and gray paint. The air immediately felt different, heavier, colder. No windows down here, just a straight shot to a corner, a left turn, and then more gray. Our footsteps echoed a weirdly hollow sound. The gurney wheels squeaked and clacked over imperfections in the concrete. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed in a broken storyboard. Bright, dim, bright, dim. The basement smelled like every hospital basement I'd ever been in, bleach and wax, and that underlying dampness of earth pressed up against man-made walls. Underneath those familiar notes was something else. A sharp, preservative tang that made the back of my throat prickle, formalin maybe, or some other chemical meant to keep rot at bay. And under that thinner but there a scent like raw meat just taken out of a refrigerator. Not rotten, not fresh, somewhere in between. We passed a door with a sign for laundry, another for storage. Metal pipes ran along the ceiling, sweating condensation. Somewhere far off, a pump whirred and clicked. It all sounded normal if you didn't listen too long. At the end of the hall on the right was a heavier door with no label. Tony nodded toward it. "Fridge is in here," he said. He let go of the gurney long enough to fish out his own key ring. The door handle resisted for a moment, and then yielded with a low groan, air sighing around the weather stripping as it cracked open. Cold rolled out like a physical thing. Inside the mortuary fridge was a wall of stainless steel doors, each one about the size of a person. Heavy latches, little plastic holders for toe tag duplicates and names. The light in there was a harsh, colorless fluorescent that made everything look overexposed. My breath fogged as we pushed Ethan in. It was definitely colder than the rest of the basement, the chill coming off the metal like a slow leak. The compressor thumped and whirred a steady beat under the thin whine of the motor. If you wanted to imagine a mechanical heartbeat, this would be your reference. We slid his gurney alongside a transfer tray, unclipped straps, and together lifted his bagged body onto the metal shelf. The steel squealed faintly under the weight. "Home for now," Tony muttered more to himself than to me. He slid the tray into an open slot with a metallic rumble and swung the door shut. The latch clanked into place with a finality I felt in my chest. "Log him on the board," he said, jerking his chin toward a dry erase list on the wall. A handful of names were already there, some with dates next to them, some without. I picked up the marker with fingers that felt too big. Writing E. Briggs 32. I realized with a weird jolt that for all my obsessing over words, I had never asked Ethan what he wanted to say with his last breath. He'd gone out without the wall prayer, and some small, treacherous part of me was relieved. "Funeral home will sign him out when they get here," Tony said. "Storm like this could be noon." "You coming back down when they do, I guess," so I said. He shrugged. "You get used to it." He started to push the gurney back out into the hall. I followed, feeling that peculiar weight of having left a person somewhere without their consent, even though they were past the point of caring. Out in the corridor again, the difference hit me. The cold from the fridge room had been clean clinical. Out here, the air was comparatively warm, but it carried a smell that hadn't been as strong on the way in. The bleach was still there. The damp concrete. The chemical tang, but underneath it was a thicker note, metallic and Swedish, riding the air in faint waves, like something exhaled. We started back toward the elevator, the gurney rattling slightly over a crack in the floor. As we passed the last bend in the hallway, I glanced down to where it dead-ended. At the very end of that stretch of corridor, there was another door. Unlike the others, it had no sign. No room number, just flat gray paint. A strip of light showed at the bottom, a thin line on the floor, like someone had drawn it with a ruler. Denise's voice came back to me from upstairs. "Don't open the last door at the end of the hall, that's just storage." The door was not fully shut. On the hinge side where the frame met the wall, the edge was flush paint, unbroken. On the latch side, though, the jamb gaped barely half an inch, just enough to show blackness beyond. From that narrow gap, a thread of air moved out into the hall, warmer than the rest of the basement by a few degrees. It brushed the fine hairs on my arm where my scrub sleeve had ridden up. It smelled wrong, not overpowering, not like a rotten cooler or a backed-up drain. Just a stronger version of that not quite fresh meat smell from before seasoned with something sour and human. Old sweat, old breath. I froze without meaning to. "Everything okay?" Tony asked, noticing I'd stopped. For a second I thought I'd imagined it. Second-hand nerves from hauling a body, adrenaline looking for a place to land, the building settling. All the things therapists and maintenance guys and rational people say. Then it came again. From behind that barely open door, from the darkness that light didn't quite reach, I heard the sound. It was subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the distant drone of machinery. But once my brain latched onto it, I couldn't unhear it. Not one breath. Many, layered over each other like tracks in an audio file. Inhale, exhale, a mix of pitches and timbres, but all pulled low and slow, deeper than rest, deeper than sleep. No cough, no hesitation, no speech. Just the steady communal drag of air in and air out again and again, as if a crowd of people were standing shoulder to shoulder in a room just beyond that door, their mouths close to the surface, breathing in unison through the crack. I realized my own lungs had gone on strike. I was holding my breath without meaning to listening to theirs. "Yeah," I managed. "Fine. Just thought I heard something." Tony followed my gaze toward the door, expression flattening for an instant before he looked away. "Storage," he said a little too quickly. "You don't want to mess with that. Elevator's this way." He nudged the gurney forward. I forced my feet to move. As we rattled back toward the elevator, the line of warm air on the floor behind us dissipated into the basement chill. The synchronized, unnatural breathing faded back into the hum of lights and compressors. "We kept them cold until someone came," Denise had said. It didn't occur to me until much later to ask where the ones behind the last door went and whether anyone ever came for them at all. 3.2. The skulls on the table. I told myself I wasn't going back down there. After Ethan, after the line of warm air sneaking out from under that last door, and the sound of too many people breathing in a room no one was supposed to be using, I did the same thing for about a week. I stayed upstairs, I stayed busy, and if I had to go to the basement, I kept my eyes straight ahead, hands on the gurney, and I did not look down that hall. Sanity has a shelf life when you work nights. It was another slow shift when I finally broke my own rule. A different storm this time, not snow, just hard, relentless rain that hammered the roof and turned the parking lot into a sheet of black glass. We had 5 patients, all sleeping. Denise was at the desk, pretending to read some paperback, but really watching the central monitor. Hollis had gone home hours before. Around 2 in the morning, a supply delivery showed up late, and they left a stack of boxes in the wrong place by the back stairs. "You mind taking those down to storage?" Denise asked. "Keep them dry until the morning. They're in everyone's way up here." She said storage in that same offhand tone she'd used about the basement office, like the word itself was a towel she was throwing over something sharp. "Sure," I said, because the alternative was sitting there listening to the vents. I loaded the boxes onto a small cart, rolled them to the back stairwell, and let the door thump shut behind me. The air got cooler and damper as I descended, the sound of rain on the roof fading into a distant, muffled roar. At the bottom, the hallway looked the same as always, same scuffed gray floors, same humming fluorescent tubes, same doors with stenciled labels. My steps echoed. The cart's wheels squeaked a rhythm. I dropped the boxes off in a side room marked supplies, stacked them where Denise had told me to, and should have gone straight back up. Instead, when I came back into the hall, I paused. The stretch of corridor leading to the mortuary fridge and beyond lay ahead of me, empty and straight. At the very end, the last door sat same as before. No sign, no number. Just gray paint a shade darker than the wall, like someone had tried to cover it up and given up halfway. A strip of light glowed along the bottom. The latch side of the door was barely off the jamb again, a pencil-thin slice of black in the frame. I could feel the air leaking out from where I stood, warmer than the rest of the basement, carrying that faintly metallic, ripe note. My heart did that ridiculous thing where it picked up as if I were about to run, not stand perfectly still, staring at a door. "You don't want to mess with that," Tony had said. "Storage," Denise had said. "Hospice is full of doors you don't open. Cabinets with double locks. Refrigerators with other people's problem children in them. Locked bedrooms, ORS after hours. You learn to let your curiosity die." Mine had never been very good at dying. "Just look," I whispered to myself. "Just look. Then you'll know what's back there. That's all." The hallway was empty. No cameras that I could see, no footsteps above, no roll of wheels, just the relentless hum of the lights and the distant thud of the mortuary compressor. I walked down the hall. Every step made the door loom a little larger. The air got warmer, the smell sharpening with each foot of concrete I ate up. I could pick it apart now, the institutional overlay of bleach and chemical scrub, and under that the thick, sweet iron of dried blood, the sour staleness of old sweat, the coppery tang of used air. When I reached the door, I could hear it again, that layered breathing. Up close, it wasn't a roar. It wasn't loud at all. It was a composite murmur so low you'd miss it if you weren't listening for it. Inhale, exhale, 100 lungs, superimposed, all stripped of context, no words, no coughs, no sighs. Just the raw piston of air in and out. My hand shook when I reached for the handle. The metal was warm. It should not have been warm. For a heartbeat, I stood there, thumb on the latch, thinking about every horror story I'd ever heard patients tell, every stupid decision in every slasher movie Ethan had laughed at. Don't go in the basement. Don't open that door. Don't follow the sound. Then I pressed down. The latch gave with a soft click. The door moved inward an inch on its own, pushed by that slow exhale from within. When I pulled it open the rest of the way, the hinges screamed a long, high, protesting squeal that sounded for a split second disturbingly like something sharp dragging down bone. The smell hit me first. Cold, but not the clean cold of the mortuary fridge. The air in that room was refrigerator temperature, but thick, saturated with the density of breath that had nowhere to go. It smelled like metal and salt and dried fluid, like a butcher's shop after closing when the fresh smell had burned off and only the ghosts of meat remained. The light inside was wrong too. Yellow instead of white, coming from a single bare bulb in a wire cage hanging from the ceiling. It cast everything in a sickly, jaundiced glow and left the corners in shadow. The walls were raw concrete. No paint, no baseboards. The floor was the same poured slab as the hallway, but the surface was stained in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just random splatter or old spills. It was arranged. Circles and lines of old dried blood, dark reddish-brown, almost black, marked the floor in patterns. Some broad and smeared as if something heavy had been dragged in arcs. Others thin and precise, running dead straight from one wall to another. Boots had tracked through some of it and frozen the shapes mid-gesture. Here and there, small rivulets had chased each other into cracks and stayed there fossilized. In the center of the room stood a metal table. It was longer than a normal exam table, stainless steel turned dull by use and time. Drains at either end, emptied into buckets that sat empty now, but bore ring marks from things that had once filled them. On that table lay 3 bodies. From the collarbones down, they looked almost normal in the way dead bodies ever do in clinical spaces. Pale torsos mottled with post-mortem lividity. Arms at their sides, hands clasped or slack. Hospital gowns hitched up, exposing flanks and legs. The flesh had that rubbery, cooled look, a sheen of old antiseptic still clinging to patches of skin. From the collarbones up, there was nothing normal left. All 3 heads had been skinned. Everything from the base of the neck up had been stripped of muscle and fat and dermis, leaving white bone gleaming under the yellow light. The skulls were clean in the way only deliberate work makes them clean, no ragged scraps of tissue hanging, no flaps out of place. The cuts where the skin stopped and bone began were surgical smooth transitions with careful suturing where major vessels had been tied off. At the back of each neck, behind the angle of the jaw, a mass of something that used to be a face and scalp was gathered and pinned. Rolled up like a grotesque collar, the skin was dried, and stiff hair still attached in clumps, matted and dark with old, crusted blood. One had gray hair. One had thin brown. The third had what had probably been thick black hair, now clotted and dull. The vertebral columns met the skulls in neat, careful joins, but the way the bone was cut, there was wrong. Too smooth, too clean. No ragged breaks, no signs of trauma. It looked like someone had taken a saw to the base of each skull and then seated it back onto the spine, securing it just enough to hold. The eye sockets were empty on 2. On the third, someone had not finished the job. A scrap of dried, blackened tissue clung to the inside rim of the left orbit, shriveled and receded into a twisted knot. Under the bulb, it gleamed faintly, catching the light like something wet, even though it was long past that stage. For a second in the shadows, it could be mistaken for an eye that had rolled back, leaving just a hint of pupil exposed. The jaws of all 3 were slack mandibles hanging open to varying degrees, teeth bared. Without lips, the gums looked like pale ridges. With the way their heads were positioned, the 3 skulls' empty faces were angled up toward the center of the room, like they were mid-silent scream or mid-confession, depending on how generous you wanted to be. Each one had a clear plastic tube anchored into the nasal cavity, not taped to the outside like an oxygen cannula, but inserted a tight fit into the clean hollow channels where cartilage used to be. The tubes snaked up and away from the faces, their lengths pulsing very slightly, and converged at a metal box bolted high on the wall. The box wasn't big, maybe the size of a carry-on suitcase, industrial gray, with a series of dials and gauges across the front. A bundle of hoses went in one side, another thicker tube disappeared into the ceiling. A fan somewhere inside it spun just slowly enough for the blades to be visible through a grated vent. It was from that box the sound came. A low, steady hiss on the intake, and a softer exhale on the out. But layered under that mechanical noise was something else. The same composite breathing I'd heard through the basement door, now sharper, more distinct. Standing there just inside the threshold, I could hear a dozen different breaths at once coming from it. Old and young, male and female, some rattling, some clear, some shallow, some deep. All synchronized to a rhythm the machine enforced, a grotesque choir bound to a single conductor. The tubes leading into the skulls ballooned minutely with each draw, then slackened as the box exhaled. It looked like the world's most obscene ventilator, not keeping them alive, just making sure whatever lived on the other side of that thick hose in the ceiling had a steady supply of air that had passed through human architecture. I don't know how long I stood there taking it in. Long enough for my stomach to climb into my throat. Long enough for my mind to start trying to reject it as a hallucination, a stress-induced nightmare I'd fallen into sitting at the nurse's station. There were tags on their chests. Pinned to the stained fabric of their gowns, laminated cards hung from clips. I forced myself to step closer, the soles of my shoes sticking a little on patches of old, tacky residue. The first tag bore a number and a name I didn't recognize. The second, too. The third made my vision tunnel. Unclaimed, it said on the top line. Below that, in smaller block letters, Dawson Carl. I could still hear his voice in my head, scraping out the wall words through a throat full of blood. I saw again the arc of red spatter across his drape, the way his eyes had locked onto the vent. He had no family listed, no one to claim his body, no funeral home pushing for paperwork, no one who would notice if the path he took after death was a little different than what the pamphlets promised. Unclaimed. Retained. A faint movement caught at the edge of my vision. I jerked my head up. The skulls hadn't moved. They were still angled toward the ceiling, mouths open. But the way the light swung a fraction in its wire cage above made the shadows shift across their faces in unison, so that for a heartbeat, it looked like all three had turned toward me at once. It landed like a physical touch, that sensation of being noticed. On the wall behind the table, in letters faded but still legible, someone had painted a line in black: unclaimed, retained for breath studies. The phrase breath studies hit me harder than unclaimed. It made the whole room feel less like a horror scene and more like a lab, a project, an ongoing experiment. My lungs burned. I realized I'd been matching my breathing to the box without meaning to, falling into its pace. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. 3 skulls on a table, tubing in their bones, giving up air to something that needed it more than they did. The tubes flexed again with a soft, obscene little fup sound. The scrap of dried ocular tissue in the 3rd socket caught the light, and for a tiny, treacherous moment, I thought it winked. 3.3. You weren't supposed to see this. Yet I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time in that room felt like it had a different density. The breaths from the metal box set the tempo in, out, each cycle. Another second shaved off my ability to pretend Riverbend was just a weird little hospice by the river. I was still staring at Carl Dawson's empty sockets when something touched my shoulder. A hand. Light but firm. Fingers cold through the thin fabric of my scrub top. I jumped hard enough that the stool next to the table scraped an inch across the floor. A noise got strangled somewhere between my chest and my throat. You weren't supposed to see this, a voice said close by my ear. Then, after the tiniest pause yet, I turned. Denise stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed in the sick yellow of the hanging bulb. She looked smaller in that light, like the shadows had eaten an inch or 2 off her height. Her scrub top was the same navy as mine. Her hair was pulled back, eyeliner smudged just enough to make her eyes look deeper. She did not look surprised. No wide eyes, no gasp, no "what are you doing in here?" The expression on her face was somewhere between resigned and faintly amused, like she'd walked into a teenager's room and found exactly the mess she expected. My voice came out shredded. I thought this was just storage. It is, she said mildly. Of a sort. Behind me, the box on the wall kept breathing. The tubes pulsed. Air squeaked and hissed as if it were being dragged through channels never meant for it. I swallowed bile, burning the back of my tongue. What is this? I managed. What are you doing to them? We're not doing anything to them. They didn't already start themselves, she said. They're unclaimed. No one to pay for a fancy casket. No church ladies to bring casseroles. No one to argue about burial plots. Most of them signed the papers. The others said enough in their way. I glanced at Carl's tag again. Unclaimed, Dawson Carl. No mention of donations. No little heart icon like organ donors write on their licenses. This is not donation, I said. This is necessary, she said, and useful. and kinder than what most of the world does with people who die alone. My hand went up without my permission. Fingers half raised between my face and the table as if that could block the sight of the rolled skin, the pinned hair, the clean white bone. "You cut their faces off," I said. "We remove tissue we no longer need," she corrected gently. "We don't hurt them. We're past the point of hurt in this room. We just borrow their last breath in a more permanent way." She moved past me, then closer to the table. She did not flinch at the smell. Her steps were careful, precise, avoiding the dried circles and lines on the floor with unconscious ease, like someone stepping over a pattern they'd walked 100 times. "Think of it as research," she went on. "People have been studying death for as long as there have been people. Most of them just write books no one reads. We do something that actually helps. Helps what I asked. Helps who." She touched one of the tubes where it entered the nasal cavity of the middle skull fingers, checking the seal as if she were troubleshooting IV tubing on a live patient. "You hear it, don't you?" she asked. "In the walls. In the vents." The question landed with surgical accuracy. "It likes a certain cadence," she said softly, as if confiding something. "Not everyone has it. Most don't. You've heard what happens when they get the words right. This," she gestured at the box on the wall, the fat hose disappearing into the ceiling, "makes sure it doesn't starve between visitors." My stomach lurched. I turned my head, pressed the back of my hand to my mouth, fighting down the urge to retch. The breaths from the box changed. They sped up, not by much, just enough that the rhythm shifted from slow tide to intent. The hiss got a shade sharper. The exhale came a fraction quicker, as if whatever compiled into that sound had pricked up its ears at the sound of Denise's voice. "See," she said. "It knows us. Knows you by now." "Stop," I said. I didn't even know which part I meant. "Just stop it." "It doesn't work like a ventilator," she said. "You don't just hit off and walk away. It's not just moving air, it's moving pieces. Pieces of what? Of them." She nodded at the skulls. "Of you. Of everyone who's ever breathed in this building the right way." I made another noise into my knuckles. Denise sighed as if I'd started to cry during a dressing change. "Look," she said. "Maybe it's easier if you see the difference." She stepped around me toward the wall, shoes squeaking faintly on old stains. Up close, I could see a small panel on the side of the metal box I hadn't noticed before. It had a row of switches on it, each one labeled in tiny stamped letters. Her fingers moved with the ease of someone flipping light switches in their own house. The breathing sound kept up steady. Tubes flexed. The skull's jaws hung open. "Watch," she said. Her index finger found one particular toggle and pushed it down. The change was instant. The room went dead quiet. Not quieter. Not a little less noise. Silence dropped like a curtain. The fluorescent hum, the distant pump sounds, even the faint tinnitus I always had after too many shifts. Everything seemed to step back at once, leaving a vacuum. In that vacuum, the absence of the composite breath was a presence all its own, a sucking void where sound should have been. Then simultaneously, the tubes jerked. All 3 skulls inhaled. That's what it looked like anyway. The plastic lines feeding into their nasal cavities snapped taut walls, bowing inward, as if something on the other end were pulling hard. Air rushed through them with a wet, obscene eshashelko sound, dragging across bits of dried tissue still clinging inside the bone channels. The sound was part suction, part sigh. It wasn't just air, it smelled thicker, hotter. For a split second, the air in the room took on the copper salt smell of a fresh incision, bright and immediate, like someone had just opened up a chest. I staggered back, shoulder hitting the doorframe. The third skull, the one with the remnant of eye tissue, made a different noise. A rattle, a tiny clack. Its mandible twitched, bone knocking against bone as the pressure changed. One of the front teeth, already loose from whatever cutting had been done, shook free. It fell. The sound it made when it hit the steel tabletop was impossibly loud in that held breath of a moment. A tiny crystalline ting that rang off the metal and the concrete and the inside of my skull, sharp enough to make my eyes water. The tooth danced once, twice, then spun to a stop in a small smear of something that might once have been blood. My gorge rose. I bent at the waist hand, braced on my knees, dry heaving. Nothing came up. Just burned air and a taste like pennies. Denise flicked the switch back up with a small, practiced motion. The sound started again. The box resumed its layered breathing, picking up in the middle of some cycle I wasn't privy to. The tubes relaxed slightly, their violent expansion smoothing back out into that steady, obscene pulse. "You see," she said, "if you cut it off all the way, it has to grab. It doesn't like that. This way is better. Measured, gentle." "Gentle," I repeated, staring at the tooth on the metal. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone standing further away. She let me have that moment. Then she stepped past the table to the far side where a small metal clipboard was bolted to the edge. Cards were stacked there, half tucked under a spring-loaded clamp. As I watched, she slid a finger under the top card and flipped it up. "Since you're here," she said, "you might as well understand why." The card underneath was like the tags on the gown's laminated edges worn from handling. There was no first and last name, no date of birth. Instead, in sharp, blocky letters, it read, "Breathe cadence, subject Nurse Collins, ideal pattern." For a second, the words didn't make sense. They were just shapes. Then my brain caught up to my eyes. Collins, my last name. The one on my badge, the one on all my charts and my payroll, and the disciplinary email I'd gotten once for clocking in 7 minutes late. My lungs forgot how to work. Air went in, refused to come out. My vision narrowed at the edges, black creeping like spilled ink. "What is that?" "Why is my 'you've been here long enough,'" Denise said. "It's been listening to you for months. At the nurse station, in rooms, downstairs, some people are just born with the right rhythm." "The right rhythm," I said. It came out as a laugh that sounded too high, too thin. "You breathe evenly under pressure," she said. "You don't rush at the end of a code. You fall asleep in the chair, and your body keeps this beautiful, consistent pattern. We don't choose the ones it likes. We just notice." My mind pulled up a dozen tiny, humiliating snapshots knotted off at the desk at 4 a.m, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, vents hissing overhead. Dozing in a family lounge with my badge turned backward, the wall mic's tiny eye staring at the rise and fall of my chest. Catching my reflection in a dark monitor, eyes closed, lips parted, looking like someone already halfway out the door. "You recorded me," I said. Without asking, "We record everyone," she said. "That's what the mics are for. We have to make sure patients are safe. We have to know when they're calling, when they're choking, when they're making a room in the wall." "You put me on a list," I said. "You put me on a card." Ideal pattern. Ideal for what she met my eyes then, and for the first time since I'd known her, there was no joke behind hers, no tired amusement, just a flat, assessing calm. "For keeping it fed without making a mess," she said. "For letting it use you without breaking you right away. The house likes you, Collins." She said it like a compliment. My knees went loose. I grabbed the doorframe again, knuckles aching against painted metal. "Come on," she said softly. "You've seen enough for one night." She reached up, twisted something on the box I couldn't see from where I stood. The breaths shifted, settling into a slower, deeper cycle like a creature curling up to sleep after a good meal. The tubes rose and fell. The skull with the missing tooth grinned a little wider. Denise walked to the door, stepped around me, and pulled it open the rest of the way. "Turn around," she said. "We'll go upstairs. We'll talk about what you should put in your notes and what you should keep to yourself." I looked back once, at the tags, at the rolled skins, at Carl's name, at the card with my own last name printed neatly under Breath Cadence, at the line painted on the wall, "Unclaimed, retained for breath studies." The letters fuzzed as my eyes filled. Denise's hand settled between my shoulder blades, light but directing. I stepped out into the hall. She closed the door behind us. The hinges squealed again, lower this time, as if the metal had resigned itself. The latch caught with a click that felt like a period at the end of a sentence I hadn't agreed to write. She turned the key in the lock. 1, 2 turns. The metal bit into metal with a grinding, familiar sound. We started back toward the elevator. The fluorescent lights hummed. Somewhere deeper in the building, the mortuary compressor kicked on. When we were halfway down the hall from behind us on the other side of the locked door, something exhaled. It wasn't the steady composite breath of the machine. It was a single, long, uninterrupted breath, drawn in and let out in a way that felt deliberate. It rolled under the door, down the hall, brushing the backs of my legs with a pressure barely there. It didn't stop until we reached the elevator, and the old steel doors clanged shut between us and it. Upstairs, the halls looked exactly as they had when I left them. Dim lights, closed doors, quiet TVS, a coffee ring on the nurse's station counter. Denise handed me a cup I didn't remember seeing her make. "Drink," she said. "You're pale." I wrapped my fingers around the cardboard sleeve because I needed something real to hold on to. That she said, jerking her head vaguely toward the floor, doesn't go in your charting. You keep doing what you're doing, Collins. You're good at this. You're special to this place. Let it be what it is. I nodded because my body knew the motion. My brain was somewhere else, still standing in that yellow-lit room, staring at a laminated card with my name on it. That was the first time I seriously thought about quitting. I pictured myself walking out the double doors at the end of the shift, getting in my car, driving past the Walmart and the McDonald's and the sad little church billboard, and just not coming back. I imagined tossing my badge in the river. I imagined calling the state board and saying, "You have no idea what that place is." I didn't. I told myself I needed the money. I told myself I needed more proof. I told myself I was overreacting, that I could compartmentalize, that I could treat the whole thing as a fucked up case study in institutional madness and my own unraveling. Not walking away that night was the biggest mistake I've ever made. 4.1. You think hospitals don't feed on people. I didn't sleep after that shift. I went home, showered with the water too hot, watched the steam crawl up the bathroom mirror like it was trying to erase my reflection, and lay on my bed staring at the vent until the wall around it blurred. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the skull with the half-removed eye, the tubes in the bone, the laminated card with my last name on it. Breath Cadence, subject Nurse Collins, ideal pattern. Denise's hand on my shoulder, the tooth hitting the table. By 8:30, I'd given up on pretending I might drift off. The storm had blown through, leaving the sky outside my window washed out blue, and the parking lot at Walmart glittering with dirty ice. Normal life resumed, cars coming and going, carts rattling, someone dragging trash cans across asphalt. I changed back into fresh scrubs, clipped my badge on, and drove back to Riverbend. Admin hours. Daylight. The building looked smaller under the pale winter sun, almost harmless. The snowbank by the sign had half melted, exposing muddy grass and the corner of an old soda cup. Inside the lobby smelled like coffee and hand sanitizer, the receptionist's radio playing soft country music under her breath. Hollis's office was down a short hall off the main nurse station. I'd only been in there once before when I got hired. Back then, it had looked like a place where someone made decisions about scheduling and budgets. I had not imagined it as the place where I would walk in and talk about skulls with tubes in them. His door was half open. I knocked anyway. "Come in," he said. His office was exactly what you'd expect from a small-town doctor who'd been around long enough to become part of the scenery. Diplomas in dark wood frames lined one wall: medical school residency, a couple of continuing ed certificates for palliative care and ethics. There were photos of him shaking hands with local politicians at ribbon cuttings, standing next to smiling hospice volunteers, cutting cake at some anniversary party. The blinds were half-closed slats, letting in thin bars of light that striped the carpet and his desk. A coffee mug sat near his right hand, the inside ringed brown. The air smelled like paper stale coffee and a faint ghost of disinfectant seeping in from the hallway. He looked up from whatever chart he was reading and took me in with that slow, measuring glance of his eyes on my face, then my shoulders, then my hands. "You're in early," he said. "You're not on until tonight, are you? I needed to talk to you," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "About downstairs." Something in his face changed. Not a flinch. More like a muscle relaxing around his mouth and inevitability settling in. "Close the door," he said. "Sit down. You've seen enough that lying would just insult you." The way he said it made my skin prickle. I shut the door, the soft latch suddenly sounding very loud, and sat in the chair opposite his desk. It squeaked under my weight. I told him everything. Not everything, everything. I didn't mention the way the vent in my apartment seemed to breathe with me. I didn't tell him about the notebook in my scrub pocket with the patient's last words and the timestamps of my own panic, but I gave him the parts that mattered. The binder in the basement office, the list of phrases that matched what dying people were saying, the note about end expiratory capture. Ethan unclaimed, sent to the fridge. The last door at the end of the hall, the warm air, the sound of multiple breaths behind it. The room concrete walls, blood patterns on the floor, the table, the three bodies with skinned skulls and rolled back faces, the tubes in the nasal cavities feeding into the box on the wall, the tags including Carl Dawson's, the line of paint unclaimed, retained for breath studies, the laminated card with my name under breath cadence, Denise telling me the house liked me. He listened. He didn't interrupt. He didn't feign confusion. He didn't accuse me of making things up or blow it off as a nightmare. He just watched me, fingers steepled under his chin, expression unreadable. When I finished, my throat felt like sandpaper. So I said, "Is this where you tell me I hallucinated a research lab in your basement?" He gave a small snort that might have been a laugh if there had been any humor in it. "If you'd hallucinated it," he said, "you would have given it more candles and Latin." He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking. "I told you the first week," he said. "We listen closely here, especially to last breaths." "That's not listening," I said. "That's harvesting." "You think hospitals don't feed on people?" he asked. The question hit sideways enough that it stalled me. What he gestured vaguely with his mug coffee sloshing just shy of the rim. "You worked ER," he said. "You've seen the forms, the billing codes. You know what a code blue looks like on a ledger. Do you really think anyone up the chain doesn't profit from what happens in those rooms? It's not the same as insurance companies feed on people, he said, like he was giving a lecture he'd given before. They chew up premiums and spit out denials. Pharma feeds on people. Every new chemo protocol extends life 3 months and bills 6 figures. Funeral homes feed on people. The death care industry, he said the phrase with a grim twist, turns grief into packages and upcharges. Administrators build wings off the backs of codes and readmission rates. He set the mug down carefully. All I did, he said, was notice that the building feeds too. Silence stretched between us. The sound of a cart rolling down the hall seeped faintly through the wall, the squeak of a wheel, a muffled voice. When I was a resident, he went on, back in the city, we saw a lot more people die than you do here. Big hospital, lots of trauma, lots of ICU, night float on internal medicine. You're basically a ferryman. You write notes and sign orders while people cross over. His eyes weren't on me anymore. They were on some point just past my shoulder, like he was watching an old movie projected against the door. You start to hear things he said. You hear the same kinds of phrases over and over. Mom, I'm sorry, drives a red truck, license plate starts with the usual. His mouth twitched at that. Some memory only he found darkly funny. But every now and then he continued, you hear something else. Phrases that don't belong to the person saying them. Words they did not grow up with, did not use in life. I had a woman who spoke only Spanish, her entire admission suddenly whisper 10 perfect words of English. I had a man with a 6th grade education recite a sentence that could have come out of a philosophy text. Different cities, different wards, same cadence, same structure. I thought of Walter, of Mrs. Henley, of Carl, of Lisa. Back then, Hollis said we chalked it up to oddities, something the brain throws up as it dies. Static. Then one night, an older attending pulled me aside after a code. We just lost a guy, and he'd said one of the sentences. Not the exact one you've heard, but a cousin. The attending asked me if I'd heard it before. I said yes. He said his own mentor had asked him that same question 20 years prior. That's when I realized I wasn't imagining a pattern. I was inheriting one. He leaned forward again, elbows on the desk, now hands folded. You know what a lung does, he said. You've seen enough CTs, enough diaphragms, enough ventilator settings. A lung is an organ that takes raw air and turns it into something the body can use. Oxygen and carbon dioxide out. Simple. He paused. Have you ever thought about what happens to all the shapes we make with that air? I frowned, despite myself. Shapes. Words, he said. Laughs. Cries. Prayers. Every breath you've ever taken has been carved by your throat and your mouth into something that isn't just gas exchange. There's residue to that. Imprint. The last ones especially. You can feel it in the room after someone dies. The air isn't the same for a few minutes. Heavier, charged. I'd felt that. Every nurse has. The weight after the last breath. The way the room feels wrong for a while, even after the body is gone. We started to call it the residual lung, Hollis said. Not in any official paper. Just among ourselves. A way of pointing to whatever it was that hung around after the physical lung stopped moving. And you think that lives in the walls, I said. He shrugged a small roll of his shoulders. Where does steam go when it leaves the kettle, he asked. Where does smell go when you open a bottle of bleach? It disperses. It clings. It settles. Buildings hold on to things. Hospitals especially. Thin walls. Lots of vents. Lots of shared air. If you push enough shaped breath through the same ducts for enough years, something pays attention. He tapped the desk once with a finger. It doesn't want blood, he said. It doesn't want souls. You can leave that to the priests and the vampires. It wants air shaped by words. That's it. Breath with structure. Breath with meaning. You give it that it stabilizes. Stabilizes, I repeated. Is that what you call whatever is happening in your basement? Do you know what this town was like before Riverbend? He asked, ignoring the sarcasm. My first decade here, we sent everyone to the city to die. Ambulances every night. Families shattered on icy highways. People dying in hallways because there weren't enough beds. We brought something here. We kept people closer to home. We learned to work with what was already in the walls instead of pretending it wasn't there. I've worked in other hospitals, I said. They don't have, don't they? He cut in gently. You think the ER where you worked doesn't have a hallway that feels wrong at 3 a.m, a room where the vents whistle just a little different. Places people avoid for reasons they can't quite articulate. Images surfaced unbidden, a certain trauma bay everyone hated, a particular hallway outside radiology where it always felt a degree colder, a call room nobody could sleep in. You told yourself it was bad wiring, he said. Old ductwork. That someone died there once and people were superstitious. You were half right. They did die there. A lot. And something took notice. It always does. We're just the only ones who stopped pretending we couldn't hear it. My pulse was thudding against my gums. Part of me wanted to stand up and walk out. Part of me wanted to lean in closer, get every detail like pushing on a bruise. So you built it a feeder, I asked. The skulls, the tubes, the box, that's your solution. We're caretakers, he said, of bodies and of this place. The unclaimed, the ones no one comes for, they were going to disappear into a furnace or a mass grave anyway. Here they get to keep participating. Their lung shapes keep working. Their last words don't just evaporate. They feed something that in return keeps the rest of us from drowning every time someone dies. There's nothing benevolent about that room, I said. Nothing about that felt like in return. His gaze sharpened. Have you noticed how quiet our deaths are, he asked. How few codes. How few panicked last minutes. How many families walk out saying it felt peaceful even when it shouldn't have. You think that's just good nursing? It's not nursing at all, I said. He smiled, small and humorless. Hospice eats people by definition, he said. If it isn't the wall, it's the billing office. At least this way we know what we're feeding. At least this way death does more than generate invoices. It was a monstrous logic. It was also clean in its own awful way, like a bone neatly sawed. A part of me recoiled, another smaller part. The tired, burned-out nurse who had watched too many messy endings understood the appeal of something that promised order. A pattern. A deal. You're not trapped, he said after a moment. You can quit. You can call the board, the police, the Vatican, whoever makes you feel safest. But you've worked enough nights here to know it won't just be this building you're accusing. He tilted his head. And you should be very sure you understand what you're giving up if the house likes your rhythm as much as Denise says it does. The room felt smaller. The diplomas on the wall seemed to lean in. Through the closed blinds, a sliver of winter light striped his face like a scar. I realized sitting there in that very normal office with the ticking clock and the photos of charity galas that he truly believed he was the reasonable one. 4.2. Received or refused. He let the silence sit for a while after that. Just the faint tick of the wall clock and the occasional murmur from the hallway bleeding under the door. Then he reached down, opened the bottom drawer of his desk, and hauled something up with both hands. It wasn't a binder. It wasn't a file. It was a book. Thick, maybe 4 inches, bound in brown leather, polished by years of fingers. The edges of the pages were yellowed and uneven like they'd been cut by hand. An elastic strap held it shut. When he slid it off, the cover sighed open a fraction of an inch on its own, like it had been waiting for this. "We didn't start with the hardware downstairs," he said. "We started with this." He set the book down between us. The air seemed to change when he did, like the room leaned a little toward it. On the inside cover, in careful black ink, someone had written "Riverbend Expiration Log, Confidential." The handwriting was neat and old-fashioned, looping capitals, consistent spacing. Not Hollis's current crabbed scrawl, someone who'd learned to write before computers. He flipped past the first few pages, which were full of dense notes and diagrams, until he reached a section of lined pages ruled into columns. Name, diagnosis, time of death, and a final column as casually labeled as if it were allergies or code status. Breath received/refused. I stared at it. My own little black notebook with its obsessive scribbles about last phrases and vent noises felt like a toy in comparison. This was the grown-up version. This was the institutional edition. He ran his finger down the page. "We tracked outcomes," he said. "That's what you do in medicine. You try something, you see what happens, you write it down. Eventually, patterns emerge." The first entry my eyes fixed on was from years back. Henry L. CHF-COPD exacerbation, TOD 0312. Breath received, note calm passing. No terminal agitation, no gasping. Daughter present, comforted by how peaceful it looked. A neat line, no underlining. The note took up only part of the margin. The next entry was similar. Morales J. Metastatic :CA, TOD 2246. Breath received, note minimal distress. Apnea preceded final breath. Wife commented, "He looked like he fell asleep." The words received sat there simple, harmless, like a delivery confirmation. Then my eyes slid further down the page, to the lines where that last column read, "Refused, Tanner R. Liver failure, TOD 0419, breath refused." Note agonized breathing for 47 minutes post-onset, repeated screaming until vocal cords ruptured, aphonia. Required maximum sedation. Family traumatized, demanded autopsy. Settled lawsuit. The handwriting didn't change, but the description felt tighter. Less clinical, more punched out. I could see it in my head without wanting to, a man in a dark room, skin jaundiced and tight mouth open, and working no sound after a point, because his own screaming had broken his voice. Nurses cycling through syringes, pushing dose after dose of morphine, and Ativan watching his chest still drag for air. Family in the corner, faces wet, eyes wide, wondering why it looked so much worse than television promised. Another. Unidentified female, trauma transfer MVA, TOD 0107. Breath refused. Note massive aspiration of blood, choking despite all comfort meds. Attempted repositioning ineffective. Brother present required sedation for acute stress reaction. Case reported to risk management. My chest tightened. I'd seen bad deaths, we all had. The ones where nothing works, where the body doesn't care how much you push, where the lungs decide to fight every step. Reading them in sequence with refused, sitting in its own column beside them, made them feel less random. He flipped forward. Once we understood that something was taking some and not others, Hollis said, we adjusted. We learned to guide the breath. We learned what it likes. His nail tapped a received entry a few pages later. Carl D. End-stage COPD pulm HTN, TOD 0352. Breath received. Note, notable shift from distress to calm during final minute. Composite phrase captured. Leave the gap open. Sons reported relief at peaceful appearance. I swallowed. The words blurred. I tried to focus on the lines themselves, the ink, not the memories they pinned down. See the ratio, he asked. Before we started listening properly, more refusals, rough deaths, lawsuits, people leaving here with nightmares. As we refined the protocol, as we recognized the phrases as we set up downstairs, his finger moved along the rows. Received, received, received. He flipped backward, then forward again, letting me see whole pages at a time. In the early years, received and refused intermingled. Later, received dominated refused, popping up like stubborn weeds. Each refused came with notes that read like horror reports. Terminal agitation unresponsive to maximum meds. Prolonged gasping, air hunger reported by witnesses. Family disturbed by look on her face. Staff request debriefing. Several refuse further night shifts. We learned to avoid that, he said quietly. We learned to offer it something it found acceptable so it wouldn't tear people apart on the way out. Offer, I repeated, like a sacrifice. He gave a small shrug, like a tithe, like a tax. Death was costing them something either way. This way, at least some of that cost buys calm. I flipped to a more recent section before I could stop myself. The names there were familiar. Briggs W, Stage 4, NSCLC TOD 0236. Breath received. Note, distinct phrase, make a room in the wall. Let it breathe between us. Nurse C present, calm passing. Daughter later described scene as strangely peaceful. Henley M, advanced dementia, TOD 0301. Breath received. Note, sudden clarity prior to final phrase. No distress, family not present. Staff reported eerie but gentle atmosphere. Lisa K, metastatic breast CA, TOD 0149. Breath received. Note, final gasps resolved after phrase. Children described death as not as bad as we expected. Nurse C at bedside. Each note had something in common beyond received mentions of calm, of peace, of scenes that looked almost staged in their softness. And more a line in the margin, Nurse C present. Nurse Collins at bedside. Cadence stable in presence of Nurse C. I turned another page and saw my name plain in the main body of an entry, not just the margins. Ethan R. Hodgkin's lymphoma, TOD 0211. Breath refused. Note, no final phrase captured. Irregular cadence. Nurse C present. Subject did not adapt to pattern. Increased storm activity noted. My stomach dropped. I could still see the snow plastered against his window. The way the wind had howled outside as his breath stuttered and then stopped simple as a switch being thrown. You see the difference, Hollis asked. Those without the pattern or those who don't give it willingly, they drag. The room fights. Those who do. He gestured at the received entries. We get notes like, looked like he fell asleep. Don't you think that matters? How many refused would there be if you didn't have your little apparatus downstairs? I asked. He considered. More, he said finally. And messier. The apparatus lets us store, spread. It's like having a backup generator instead of relying on a single line. It's not perfect, but it helps. He reached for another bookmark near the back and pulled it open. An entry near the top of the page had been underlined twice. Patterson L, CHFCKD TOD 0309. Breath received. Note, Nurse Collins present. Subject's breathing synchronized with her cadence with minimal coaching. Distress markedly reduced. Family remarked on comforting sound of her voice. Below it, another, unnamed male. Transfer from county jail suicide attempt. TOD 0237. Breath received. Note, initially agitated. Nurse Collins at bedside. After 6 minutes, cadence adaptive. Phrase incomplete but pattern acceptable. Minimal visible struggle. And further down, penned more recently, tight and small, as if added after the fact, Nurse Collins. Observational. Note, mic capture during staff rest period. Baseline breathing when asleep showed ideal cadence C card. House responsive. Recommend continued exposure. I stared at that word. Exposure. Like I was being radiated. Like I was a slide under a microscope. You've been logging me, I said. Like a lab rat. You're an employee, he said. You signed paperwork that allows us to monitor. To record in the building. We simply use that information. That's not monitoring, I said. That's recruiting. He lifted his hand palm up as if weighing two invisible options. Recruiting, he said. Or recognizing. You showed up with the right lungs. We didn't put that there. We just noticed it before it burned you out somewhere else. As he spoke, the vent above his office window let out a long, low breath. It wasn't loud, just a slow exhale, the slats rattling faintly as air moved through them. In any other context, I would have ignored it. After what I'd read in that book, it sounded intentional. We both looked up at the same time. The air flowed for a few more seconds, then stopped as if the system had cycled off. See, he said quietly. It learns voices. It likes yours. I closed the book without realizing my hands had moved. The leather was warm under my palms. For a moment, with my fingers spread over the cover, it felt disturbingly like pressing my hand against a chest and waiting to see if it rose. I don't want it to like me, I said. It's a bit late for that, Hollis said. You've been feeding it since your first shift, whether you knew it or not. I slid my hands away from the logbook like it might bite. Every note inside clung to my skin. On the way up, received, refused, calm, agonized, my name threaded through dozens of strangers' endings like a quiet, unwanted chorus. The worst part was knowing that tomorrow night and the night after that, I'd still be the one walking into dark rooms, pulling up chairs, taking hands and saying the script. And somewhere behind the drywall, something would be listening, matching its pace to mine, waiting to see who would be received and who would be refused. 4.3. Built on someone else's last floor. I didn't want to touch the logbook again. When Hollis finally pulled it back toward his side of the desk, sliding it off my fingertips, it felt like a blood pressure cuff releasing. My hands tingled. My mouth tasted like I'd been sucking on a penny. You keep records like that, I said, and no one's ever walked that down to the state, the board, the cops. He smiled without humor. Who would they send? He asked. An inspector who's lost 3 patients of his own in hallways with no windows. A nurse who still hears the vents whisper in her apartment. They might shut us down on paper. They wouldn't touch what's in the walls. He tipped the book on its spine and dropped it back into the drawer. The weight of it made the desk shudder faintly. Why here, I asked. Why this building? Did you build it for this, or did you just get lucky? He leaned back, clasped his hands over his stomach, and looked past me at the blinds at the slice of washed-out winter beyond. Riverbend wasn't born a hospice, he said. It was more honest than that. He paused as if sorting through which version of the story to tell. Before I came here, he went on, this place was a nursing home. Bad one. Understaffed, underfunded. Residents tied into wheelchairs in front of TVs, call lights ignored. The usual little cruelties no one wants to see when they drop grandma off. I'd floated to enough long-term care facilities to know what he meant. The smell of urine and powder, the ragged scratch of Velcro on restraints, the sound of someone calling help down a hallway for half an hour because everyone was charting med passes. Before that, he said it was an apartment building, cheap, old wiring, old everything. The kind of place you rent when your choices are that or your car. He took a sip of coffee, grimaced slightly at the taste, set the mug down. In '68, he said third floor had a gas leak. Faulty heater in one unit, drafty windows, no one paying attention to inspection tags. Some tenants smelled something, some didn't. Somebody lit a cigarette or turned on a stove or flipped the wrong switch depending on which report you read, and the whole floor went up. He held up his hand and flattened it palm level with his nose. Fire moves sideways faster than up in places like that, he said. Old dry wood, bad insulation. Smoke got into the walls before most people woke up. Some burned, more of them choked. Fire crews found people on the floor in the hall piled up at the stairwells. Windows painted shut, bars on the lower ones so thieves couldn't get in. They died in the rooms, in their bathrooms, in closets with smoke making a neat layer like ceiling paint down to here. He tapped his own throat. I pictured it whether I wanted to or not, narrow hallways full of black air, thin walls holding in the heat, lungs sucking on poison, because that was all there was to drink. They renovated, Hollis said, ripped out the charred floors, put in new sheetrock, new ducts, new vents, gave it a fresh coat of paint, and started selling it as a home for seniors, because Americans don't like to be reminded that buildings remember. He tilted his head, listening to something only he could hear. Residual lung, he said. That's what my old attending called it. He'd never been here. He just knew the pattern. He used to say some deaths are loud enough that the room keeps doing what the bodies can't stop doing. You're saying, what that all that suffocating stuck in the walls and became this. I gestured vaguely upwards to the vents, to the idea of a thing. This building took a breath and held it, he said. Or maybe it took hundreds of them and stitched them together. Whatever you want to call it, the structure learned something. The early doctors here, before it was Riverbend, when it was still a place where poor people came to die, slowly noticed. They heard the last words repeat. They felt the air change when someone refused. He opened another drawer, pulled out a folder so thin it looked like it should be empty. In it, I caught glimpses of photocopied memos with dates from the 70s, handwritten notes with headings like incident, unexplained respiratory, odd little tables of phrases heard with tally marks beside them. No official letterhead, no signatures at the bottom. Just margins full of words like pattern and response and compliant. They could have done what most places do, he said. Pretend it was stress, blame the nurses, rotate staff until the story's diluted, or they could do what they actually did, stay. Watch, listen, and feed it, I said, and learn how not to let it feed indiscriminately, he countered. There's a difference, splitting hairs over a mass grave, I said. Every hospital is a mass grave, he said. This one is just more localized. He slid the thin file back into the drawer, closed it with a soft click, and looked at me directly. You already know what messy death looks like, he said. In the ER, in traffic accidents, in houses where people choke on their own vomit, while someone on speakerphone screams at a dispatcher who cannot physically get there. I thought of the teenager we'd pulled out of a wreck with half a dashboard in his chest. The woman who'd aspirated a whole mouthful of blood after a varicose bleed while her husband beat on the locked trauma doors, the guy who coded in a bathroom with his pants around his ankles and his mother sobbing on the other side of the stall. You think those places don't have walls listening? Hollis asked. You think they don't feed, too, insurance, funeral homes, malpractice attorneys, medical device reps, all of them eating off your work? He flattened his hands on the desk, palms down like he was pinning something there. You can leave, he said. No one's chaining you to a bed here. Your license is your own. You can go back to the ER or urgent care or some clinic where everybody argues about their co-pays and nobody ever says thank you. He let that hang for a beat. Then, but you know how it feels when they die screaming, don't you? The words landed like a memory. Loud, hot, full of fluorescent light and the smell of sweat and vomit. How they claw at the sheets, he went on softly. How they pull at your sleeves and beg you not to let them go. How their families look at you like you're a god who had the power to stop it and chose not to. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. The look on my face must have been enough. Or he said, you can stay. Help us. Guide them. Use that cadence of yours for something other than racing through 12 patients an hour while administrators count clicks. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice even though there was no one outside the door to hear. Let the walls breathe, he said, so they don't have to die in terror. It was a pitch, a sales job for a haunted house. But he gave it the same tone he'd used when explaining DNR orders to families calm, reasonable, like he was offering me a way to make sense of chaos. My brain split into committees. The practical one reminded me that my bank account had fewer digits than my student loan balance, that my landlord didn't accept ethical distress in lieu of rent, that job postings for nurses in this part of the state weren't exactly falling out of the sky. The professional one thought about my license, how a black mark from walking out on a hospice job or reporting something no one would believe might follow me to the next hospital and the next. The scared one pictured the skulls on the table and wanted to run until my lungs tore. The tired one thought about the notes in the logbook under received calm passing minimal distress family, comforted by how peaceful it looked. After enough nights of watching people die badly, peaceful becomes its own drug. You're not asking me to sign anything, I said. He shook his head. No contracts, he said. You've already signed what matters, confidentiality, HIPAA, facility policy. We're not asking you to do anything outside your scope of practice. Sit with them, talk to them, listen to what they say at the end. We'll handle the rest. And if I say no, I asked. If I walk out and call somebody, he didn't sigh. He didn't threaten. He just looked at me with a kind of weary pity. Then you spend the next few years telling people there's a ghost lung in the walls of a hospice, and the doctors down there built it a breathing rig, he said. Eventually, they take your badge. Maybe they take your license. And the thing in the walls keeps eating just with staff who know less about what it wants. He spread his hands as if to say, your move. I sat there feeling the pressure of the building around us, the way air moved through vents carrying scraps of other people's words, the weight of the logbook in the drawer and the binder in the basement and the skulls on the table. There wasn't an answer that left me clean. I need to think, I said finally. That's all I'm asking, he said. Think. And in the meantime, do your job. You're good at it. They're calmer with you. He stood a signal the meeting was over. I stood too because my body knows that choreography even when my mind is lagging. At the door with my hand on the knob, he added, and Collins, I looked back. If you decide to go, he said, do it, hoping you'll never be in a room with someone choking again. Because once you've heard the difference, it's hard not to notice. I walked out before he could see whatever wrote itself across my face after that. The hallway outside felt too bright. The walls were that neutral beige that's supposed to be soothing and just ends up making everything look slightly sick. Ceiling tiles, exit signs, a housekeeper pushing a cart with a broken wheel. I walked slowly as if moving too fast might set something off. As I passed the first patient room, I heard the mild, generic sounds you expect a TV murmuring, someone snoring softly, the hiss of oxygen. Past the second, The third, I told myself the low hum behind the walls was just the HVAC doing what HVAC does. Near the end of the hall, I had to pass the supply closet. Beyond that, around the curve, the stairwell that led down to the basement office, and the fridge and the last door I wasn't supposed to open. I paused at a section of wall between two rooms. No door, no sign, just smooth paint and a faint outline where some contractor had once patched a hole and done a passable job hiding it. On the other side of that wall, there was nothing but ductwork and wires. And behind that, wherever the big hose from the box in the basement went. The building exhaled. It was subtle, a barely there push of air through the vent above my head. The hair along my arms rose. In that exhale, under the whisper of moving air, I heard something else. Words. Faint like a voice from another room through two closed doors, blurred together, but recognizable in shape. The same phrases I'd been writing in my notebook for weeks. The ones from the binder, the ones in the logbook. Make a room in the wall. Let it breathe between us. Don't let it go hungry in the walls. Layered overlapping like someone had taken all those last breaths and pressed them into a single recycled sentence. For a moment I thought I heard my own voice among them, not saying anything new, just repeating. The cadence, the rhythm, the pattern. I stepped back from the wall without realizing I'd leaned in. It hit me in a small, sharp way, that even if I quit right there, walked out, drove away, threw my badge into the river, the building already had what it needed from me. My breathing captured 100 times over the mics. My tone of voice threaded through a dozen dying rooms. My cadence stored as an ideal pattern on a card in a basement with a line of paint over a table that said, "Breathe Studies." Leaving would get me away from the skulls and the basement and Hollis's calm explanations. It wouldn't pull my lungs out of its archive. I wish I could tell you that realization sent me straight to my car, that I never came back, that I did the sane thing. I like to imagine a version of myself that walked past the nurse's station, dropped my badge on the counter without a word, and pushed through the front doors into the cold air without looking back. I didn't. I told myself I needed a few more paychecks. I told myself I needed more proof before I blew up my life. I told myself it was just a few more weeks of nights that I could compartmentalize, that I could be smarter than a building with a lung made of other people's last breaths. I picked up my next set of shifts, and the night the snow came back harder than before. The night the power flickered, and the vents started breathing in, a way they never had while I was awake. That night was already waiting for me. 5.1. Storm warning. The night it all came together, the weather did us the favor of cutting the rest of the world off. Every TV in the building had been screaming about the storm all day. Historic snowfall, hazardous travel, a bright band of white marching across the state on radar. By the time I drove in for my shift, the clouds had already dropped low enough to erase the highway signs, and the first layer of powder was turning the Walmart parking lot into a flat white field under the sodium lights. Riverbend looked smaller than usual in that light, just a low brick lump half swallowed by the swirling flakes. The parking lot held exactly 3 vehicles, my car, Hollis's old sedan, and Denise's silver Camry, all lined up like they'd been parked on purpose in a row for a photograph. Inside, the receptionist had gone home before it gets bad, and the volunteer board was blank. The lobby lights were dim. Somewhere a TV played the weather with the sound-off blue ticker at the bottom listing highway closures. Denise was at the nurse's station flipping through charts when I came in. Her expression was different from the usual tired half smirk. Sharper, focused. "You made it," she said. "They're closing 17 behind you. No more admissions tonight. Who's on?" I asked automatically, looking for the rest of the names on the assignment board. She tapped it with the end of a pen. It was just 3 names, hers, mine, and Hollis's. Next to staff night. That's it, I said. That's it, she said. Power company says we'll probably flicker, but we're on the hospital grid. We won't go down for long. Patients 3, she said. And they're all circling the drain. She said it matter-of-factly, not unkindly, just naming what the night was going to be. They're not going anywhere in this weather, she added. And neither are we. The central monitor showed 3 active beds. Green numbers steadily drifting downward. The empty rooms were grayed out, a ghost ward around the living core. Hollis appeared a few minutes later from his office white coat over a sweater, glasses low on his nose. He looked like he hadn't gone home at all. County EMS is diverting, he said. Anyone they can't keep alive in the field is going to the big hospital in the city. We're not getting any fresh arrivals. Just these 3. These 3 were in rooms 5, 6, and 7, all in a row on the east side of the hall. Room 5 held Mrs. Pickens' 97 failing heart, finally done. She had the soft, translucent skin of the very old bruises blossoming at the slightest touch, ankles swollen and shiny. Her breaths came shallow and fast, chest, barely moving lips pursed around a nasal cannula. Her soundscape was a gentle, high-pitched whine of the concentrator, a faint rattle at the bottom of each exhale, and the click-click of her old analog clock on the nightstand. Room 6 belonged to Harold, 58, end-stage COPD history of 2 packs a day and a lifetime of factory dust. His room sounded like a broken accordion. Inhale the rasp of narrowed airways, exhale a rattling wheeze punctuated by occasional wet hacking coughs that made his whole body jolt. His monitor beeped just a hair faster than Pickens's, the oxygen saturation hovering in the high 70s, like a stubborn child refusing to come indoors. Room 7 was for Kayla, early 40s, ovarian cancer that had moved into her lungs and bones and everywhere else it wanted. She'd been fighting for years before Riverbend. Now she lay with her head propped, eyes closed, cheeks hollowed, an IV pump humming softly beside her with a maintenance drip of morphine. Her soundscape was the slow, steady huff of the oxygen, the occasional whir of the pump, and a thin, whistling snore that escaped when she dozed. 3 different bodies, 3 different flavors of failure, 3 different beds sharing a wall with each other and with the guts of the building. We're moving them, Hollis said. Moving them where I asked. He pointed at the cluster on the map. Closer together, he said. Easier to monitor with the storm. Less walking between rooms. It sounded logical, sensible. Night shift nurses rearrange patients all the time to keep an eye on the sick ones. The way he said it, though, like he'd rehearsed that explanation in case anyone ever asked, set my teeth on edge. Denise was already grabbing transfer forms. We'll put Pickens in 5, keep Harold in 6, move Kayla from 7 into 8, across the hall, she said. Triangle, less distance, better sound. She didn't have to say better for the microphones. We did the moves, like we would any other night, at least on the surface. We unplugged IV pumps, capped lines, gathered blankets. Harold groused when we rolled his bed a few inches to get at cords. Kayla barely stirred when we shifted her onto a newer mattress in 8. Mrs. Pickens woke halfway through the process, blinked blue grandmother eyes at me, and asked if it was morning. Not yet, I said. Just getting you a cozier room. The hall outside their doors became the spine of the shift. 3 monitors we could see from the station, 3 doors within sprinting distance. Outside, the wind picked up flinging snow against the windows in gusts that shook the frames. Once the beds were settled, Hollis and Denise walked the hall together, but their attention kept drifting not to the patients, but to the fixtures. They checked the mics in each room, the small white discs near the vents. Hollis dragged over a rolling stool and stood on it in Harold's room, twisting the casing of the mic until its tiny red LED glowed brighter. Testing, testing, he murmured not to Harold, but to the ceiling. Room 6, audio clear. In the nurse's station, a little speaker crackled to life, Harold's ragged breathing spilling out in stereo. Beside it, colored lights flicked up a notch in sync. Denise stood by the central console, fingers moving over dials and sliders I'd always assumed were just for the overhead paging system. Room 5, she asked. He leaned toward that mic next. Room 5, he said softly. Can you hear me? The speaker fed us Mrs. Pickens's tiny wheeze and a faint rustle of sheets. The gain indicator jumped. I watched them calibrate like they were setting up a concert. Each room got its test. Each mic got its tweak. Each vent above the bed sighed as the HVAC shifted to balance the airflow. Hear that, Hollis asked at one point, pausing under the grate in the hall. It's already moving more tonight. Pressure changes. Storms stir it up. Outside, the forecast had turned from heavy snow to blizzard conditions. The ticker on the muted TV scrolled a list of closed highways, our town's name highlighted in red on a map that looked increasingly buried. Basement's ready, Denise said, coming back from the stairs with a dusting of snow in her hair from where it had blown in at the emergency exit. Compressors stable. Backup gen tested. Box is warmed. By box, she meant the machine in the skull room. The one with the tubes and the fan you could see through the grate. The one that breathed in the dark. I didn't ask how long she'd been down there getting it ready, or what exactly warmed meant when they were talking about something that fed on air. At some point, while they fussed with levels and vents, I realized they were leaving me out of those parts. I was there physically, but their conversations skimmed around me. Technical shorthand references to Protocol Stage 3 flow capture triad efficiency. My job when it came was delivered in simple nurse speak. Denise handed me a folded piece of paper from her pocket. It was a photocopy of a page from the binder I'd found, the one with the phrases, "Keep this with you," she said. "If they start mumbling, you can steer them gently. No forcing, just little reminders." I opened it. The page was divided into short lines. "Let it breathe between us. Make a room in the wall. Don't close the space between the walls. Don't let it go hungry in the walls. Leave the gap open. It remembers." In the margin in Denise's cramped handwriting, someone had added, "Start with, between us if subject anxious, soften hungry to empty, follow their cadence, don't rush." "You want me to coach them?" I said. It wasn't a question. "Think of it like guided imagery," Hollis said, joining us. "People do it all the time at the end. Walk toward the light. Go to the garden, all that. This is no different. You're giving their breath a shape that's useful. Useful to what he didn't repeat. He didn't have to. Why me, I asked, even though I already knew the answer. The card in the basement had spelled it out. Breathe cadence, subject Nurse Collins, ideal pattern. "Because they like you," Denise said quietly. "They respond to you. You heard what he said in the office. You're steady. They match you. Tonight we need that." "Tonight," I echoed. "We've never had three this aligned," Hollis said. "Same corridor, same stage, same storm. It's a good opportunity to stockpile and to smooth things out. Less chance of refusals when the system is primed." The system. As if he were talking about a new medication order instead of a wall lung and a room full of skulls. "I'll be in and out of all 3 rooms," he added. "Denise will monitor the audio and downstairs. You, Collins, will stay mostly with the middle bed. Harold. You can hear both others from there if you listen. When the time comes, you'll know." "How?" I asked. He smiled small and maddeningly calm. "You already do," he said. "You've been hearing it for weeks, haven't you? The way the air gets thick right before. The way the vents hold their breath." The storm outside hit a new pitch wind howling against the building, snow slapping the windows hard enough to make the glass tremble. The fluorescent lights flickered once, twice, then steadied as the generator caught the hint. "House is listening," Denise murmured. I slid the photocopied page into my scrub pocket alongside my own notebook. The paper felt heavier than it should. Between the two, it was hard to tell which scared me more, the phrases I'd written in my own hand or the ones they'd given me to say out loud. By the time midnight rolled toward 1, the highway was officially closed. The weather alert scroll at the bottom of the muted TV had changed from avoid travel to shelter in place. No one was coming in. No one was going out. 3 rooms, 3 beds. 3 sets of lungs climbing toward their last few breaths. Me in the middle with a script in my pocket, and a building full of vents breathing just slightly out of sync with the storm. 5.2. Teaching them how to breathe for it. There is a point in the night when the building decides what kind of death it wants. It was sometime after 1 in the morning when I realized we'd crossed that line. The storm outside had turned from snow to something more violent, gusts slamming ice and powder against the windows, hard enough that the frames shivered. The world beyond the glass was a white void, the parking lot lights just smeared halos. Inside, the east wing felt sealed off. Rooms 5, 6, 8, 3 doors, 3 beds, 3 sets of lungs on their last pages. The central monitor sat on the counter at the nurse's station, the green numbers on its little screens reflecting in Denise's glasses. 3 heart rates each slowly declining in their own logics. 3 oxygen sats stair-stepping down. No rogue alarms, no sudden spikes, just a gradual slide. Somewhere between 1:30 and 1:40, their rhythms began to line up. I don't mean their vital signs matched exactly. I mean the machines started talking to each other. The pulse ox beep from Mrs. Pickens in 5 had always been a soft, metronomic ping, a little faster than a resting heart rate. Harold's monitor in 6 beeped louder, a different pitch, always a hair ahead, like it was trying to lead. Kayla's in 8 had the slowest tone, closer to a sleepy metronome. As I moved up and down the hall, I heard it shift. The 3 beeps began to fall into a repeating pattern. Beep, beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep, beep. Not perfectly synchronized, nothing in a hospital ever is, but close enough that my brain started anticipating the next sequence. 3, 3, 3. A little triplet that circled back on itself over and over. "You hear that?" Denise murmured, not looking away from the board. "Yeah," I said. "Coincidence?" "Sure," she said. "Coincidence." The vents agreed with her. The entire wing's HVAC seemed to shift up a gear. Instead of individual whispers above each room, the air in the ducts took on a unified sound, a long, low draw that moved through the ceiling, like something dragging its hand along the inside of the walls. You could feel it in your sternum if you stood under the right slat, a subtle pressure change, like an airplane cabin ceiling. It sounded like one lung. I was in Harold's room when Hollis joined me, his white coat ghost pale in the low light. "Time," he said softly. Harold lay back against raised pillows, oxygen cannula digging into grooves in his cheeks. Every breath he took sounded like it was being pulled through sandpaper. His skin had gone that washed-out gray with a faint purple tint around his lips and fingernails. Sweat dotted his forehead despite the cool room. I felt for his radial pulse, thready, slower than before. His eyes were half-lidded pupils, unfocused, but he turned slightly toward my touch. "Collins," he rasped. It came out like a cough wearing a name tag. "I'm here," I said. From the hall, I could hear the other two rooms, Mrs. Pickens's little sighs, Kayla's thin whistle. Underneath them, the building's unified breath rushing through the vents, with each 333 of the monitors. Denise's voice filtered in over the intercom speaker above the bed, the same system we use to page doctors and call codes. "Audio's clean," she said. "All channels open." Hollis gave me a look that was halfway between encouragement and expectation. "You have your notes." The photocopied page in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric. I pulled it out with fingers that didn't feel entirely connected to my hands. "I'm a nurse," I said, "not a priest." "You're just giving them something to hold on to," he replied. "Better than the ceiling tiles. The ceiling tiles in this place had blood on them." I didn't say that part out loud. Harold's chest hitched. His breaths started spacing out, each one a little more reluctant than the last. I could see the Cheney-Stokes pattern forming under his skin, deeper, faster pause. Deeper, faster pause. Behind my back, the vent above his bed exhaled that single lung on the ceiling, inhaling at the same time he did, like it was practicing. "Collins," Hollis said quietly. "Now." Gently. I looked at Harold, at the cords in his neck working, at the way his hand twitched on the blanket, grasping at nothing. I thought about all the times I'd said stupid, rehearsed things at bedsides. "It's okay to let go. We're here. You're not alone." And how those words had sometimes seemed to float in the air and fall with no purchase. Then I thought about the logbook. Received, refused. Scream until cords ruptured. Massive aspiration of blood. Family traumatized. My mouth moved before my ethics committee could vote. "There's a room in the wall for you," I said, the words tasting wrong. "You don't have to be afraid of the dark, Harold. There's a space between the walls that remembers you." His eyelids fluttered. His gaze, which had been wander aimless, shifted up. Not to me, to the vent. I felt my skin crawl. "Let it breathe between us," I said, hearing Denise's marginalia in my head. "Start with between us. You don't have to hold on so tight. Just, let it breathe between us." Harold's mouth opened. No sound came out at first, just a rush of air that whistled faintly through his teeth. Then slowly, like he was pulling the words up from a well, he tried to shape them. Between. His tongue fumbled. His throat clicked. Between. His breath hitched. The oxygen cannula shifted. His fingers clamped around mine, suddenly strong. In the next room, Mrs. Pickens coughed. Down the hall, Kayla let out a long, low exhale that sounded like something leaving a building through a flue. Overhead, the vent hissed in sync, a single drawn-out inhale that seemed to wait for Harold's next move. I hated myself in that moment. I hated that my voice was steady, that I knew how to modulate it, that years of talking people through procedures and panic attacks had given me exactly the tools Hollis wanted. "You're doing fine," I murmured. "There's a gap in the wall. You're not going to fall. You're going to rest. Let it breathe. Don't let it go hungry in the walls." That last line came out barely above a whisper. I felt like I was handing over a key. Harold's eyes snapped fully open. For the first time all night, they focused hard on me for a second, and then passed me over my shoulder at something on the ceiling. His jaw worked. "Don't," he managed. The word tore itself out of his throat ragged. "Don't let it go. Hun." He inhaled. It was wrong. Up until then, every breath had been a struggle, shallow, forced, like his lungs were clogged pipes. This one bypassed all that. It was deep and clean and huge, a full-body inhale that yanked his chest up off the mattress. His neck tendons stood out like cables. The veins at his temples and along the sides of his neck bulged blue rivers under thin skin. His lips peeled back from his teeth. His nostrils flared, and he dragged air in like a drowning man finally breaking the surface. The vent above him answered, sucking in tandem. For a split second, the sound of the buildings inhale, and Harold's matched perfectly, a single enormous breath, drawn into both flesh and ductwork. Something in his neck gave. It was small at first, just a tiny pop under my hand where his carotid pulsed. Then a line of bright red appeared in the white of his left eye, a thread-thin fissure in the sclera that blossomed outward in a spiderweb of blood. His face darkened from gray to a mottled, ugly purple red. The pressure had nowhere to go. The largest vein at the side of his neck, already distended, split. It didn't ooze, it ruptured. A jet of blood shot straight up, bright arterial red under the fluorescent light, hitting the acoustic tile above his bed with a wet smack. It left a starburst pattern, a spray of red radiating out from the impact point, soaking into the porous white material in a fast expanding stain. Droplets rained back down, speckling his gown, my forearms, the rail, the floor. Warm, slick. The smell of iron punched the room's air, overriding antiseptic and oxygen and old fabric. The sound it made, blood under pressure meeting air, was a wet, obscene psht that synced horribly with the hiss of the vent. For a second, it felt like the building was laughing through a mouthful of fluid. I jerked back, hand slipping in, the spray heart slamming. Hollis moved in immediately with gauze pressing at the wound, but we both knew it didn't matter. This wasn't a wound you bandaged. This was a body whose plumbing had finally decided it had been asked for one breath too many. On the monitor, Harold's heart rate spiked, then tumbled. The 3-3-3 pattern of beeps stuttered, then found a new, uglier rhythm around his crash. In the other rooms, the machines kept time oblivious. Somewhere in the middle of the chaos, the alarms starting, the sudden red blooming on white tile, my own pulse in my ears, the overhead speaker crackled. Every room, every hallway speaker in the wing alive at once. For half a second, I expected Denise's voice code or doctor to room 6 or anything human. Instead, the entire wing was filled with the sound of breathing. Not the vague white noise of air through ducts. This was close, intimate, like someone had pressed their mouth right against the microphone. A wet, rasping inhale followed by a ragged, almost panicked exhale. Then another faster. Mixed into it were tiny plastic clicks, the sound of tubing flexing and joints shifting like the tubes in the basement when the switch was thrown. It was everywhere. In Harold's room, the speaker above the door blasted it down on us. In 5 and 8, the breath poured into spaces where people were already trying to leave their own bodies. In the nurse's station, it came out of the ceiling in a steady, amplified loop. Inhale, exhale, click. Inhale, exhale, click. No one had touched the intercom. Denise, I shouted, blood hot on my skin. Turn that off. Her voice crackled back through the same system, but not as the overhead. I heard her faintly from the central console down the hall, swearing under her breath, fingers slapping at buttons. It's not her voice, cut, distorted, then came back, not on my board. It's feeding itself. Harold tried to speak again, gurgling now as blood pooled in his throat, the cannula askew. His lips formed shapes, his eyes rolling toward the vent, toward the corners of the room where the sound was coming from. There's a room in the wall for you, I heard my own voice say from somewhere it didn't belong, not out of my mouth, out of the speaker. The intercom spat my words back at me, warped by static but unmistakable. The cadence, the tone. The exact phrase I'd whispered to Harold minutes earlier, now woven into that layered breathing, replayed on a loop for the whole wing to hear. "There's a room in the wall for you. Let it breathe between us." In Harold's chest, what was left of his heartbeat fluttered. On his monitor, the green line stumbled, drew itself flat. Overhead, the building inhaled again, a single enormous breath that seemed to pull at the blood on the ceiling tile, darkening it as it soaked deeper into the porous white. For the first time since the storm started, I had the sharp, clear thought that whatever we were feeding had stopped being satisfied with quietly taking what it was given. It wanted to teach the whole building how to say grace. 5.3. Refusing one breath. I wish I could tell you there was some noble moment where I made a speech, slammed a switch, shut the whole thing down. What really happened is that I panicked at the worst possible time and did the only stupid thing my body could improvise. Harold went first. You already know how that ended. The impossible inhale, the vein in his neck popping like a rotten hose. The fountain of blood painting the ceiling tile, that sound in the intercom. That was somehow my voice and something else's braided together. By the time his monitor drew a flat green line, the room smelled like a slaughterhouse. My scrubs were sticky with his blood, and the vents were breathing harder than anyone in a bed. Mrs. Pickens followed not long after. Hollis and Denise moved between rooms like choreographers, checking mics, tweaking flow, their calm, a whole other kind of horror. By the time I got to room 5, the old woman's breaths were already stretching out into long, thin threads. She took the words easier than Harold had. Maybe because she was so tired. Maybe because people who'd outlived everyone they knew were already half gone. "Leave the gap open," I whispered. Because that is what they wanted, and because the picture in my head of her dying badly, jaws clenched. Body fighting that logbook line refused was its own kind of monster. Her lips moved. "Leave the gap," she breathed, voice paper thin. On the last word, her chest rose just once more and then stopped. No drama, no rupture. The monitor beep slowed, then flattened almost politely. "Braith received," Hollis would write later. "Calm, minimal distress. Staff noted peaceful. The building purred." That's the only way I can describe the feeling in the vent above her bed. The way the air hummed, the way the metal grill vibrated ever so slightly with each imaginary exhale. Something had gotten what it wanted from her. Twice now in one night. That left the last bed. Wendy had made it to her 40s before her own body betrayed her. You could still see the life she'd had in the way her hands looked chipped nail polish, a faint tan line where a ring had been callous on one finger from holding a pen or a phone. Her face shrunken as it was still had traces of someone who once laughed loudly and took up space. The cancer in her abdomen had spread to her lungs months before Riverbend. By the time she landed in our hands, every breath cost her something. She'd been on oxygen for weeks. Her soundscape that night was a slow, hollow huff from the concentrator and the occasional squeak from the IV pump, keeping the morphine drip steady. The snow outside hammered at her window, coating the glass in a layer of white that turned the whole room into a dim, low-contrast box. The only color was the bruised purple shadows under her eyes and the green of the monitor casting a ghostly sheen over her blankets. I stepped into her room after Mrs. Pickens's last exhale, my own breath, hitching in a way that had nothing to do with the storm. The monitors still carried that 3-3-3 pattern down the hall, but with Harold gone, the rhythm felt thinner. The vents filled in the missing part, rushing over our heads like a giant lung refusing to slow down just because one of its feeders had blown a gasket. Wendy's eyelids fluttered when I touched her hand. Her fingers were cool, but not yet that stiff, waxy cool that comes after. "Hey," I said because I didn't know what else to say that wasn't a curse word. "It's Collins. I'm here." Her lips cracked into something that tried to be a smile. "Thought you'd gone home," she managed. Every syllable scraped. "Storm trapped me," I said. "Lucky you." A breathy laugh, then a cough. Pink foam bubbled at the corner of her mouth. I dabbed it away with a gauze pad. Behind me in the corner, the little white disc of the room mic glowed faintly. Above us, the vent sighed. In the hall, I could hear Denise murmur into the console. "8's peaking. Audio clear," she said. "We're live." Hollis leaned in the doorway, face-lined eyes intent. He didn't cross the threshold yet. He was letting me establish rapport as if I hadn't already been sitting with this woman for weeks. "You know what to do," he said softly. Just like before. Just like before when a man's neck exploded and my words came back through the ceiling. I took the photocopied page out of my pocket with fingers that didn't feel like they belonged to me anymore. The phrases blurred. I didn't need them. They were already burned into whatever part of my brain stores songs you never wanted to learn. "Wendy," I said, "can you hear me?" She blinked once, slow. "There's a room," she whispered, unprompted. My heart froze. No one had cued her yet. Denise hadn't bumped the volume. Hollis hadn't leaned in. And still there, it was the opening note of the same damn sentence crawling out of her throat like it belonged to her. My mouth opened automatically, ready to feed the rest of it in. That's what I was there for. That's what my cadence was good for. That's what made deaths peaceful instead of traumatizing. Something in me snapped instead. Maybe it was the blood on my sleeves. Maybe it was the sound of my own voice coming out of the intercom minutes earlier, replayed by something that wasn't me. Maybe it was the simple, obscene unfairness of the choice being offered calm endings, bought with whatever lived in the walls, or raw endings that tore people apart. The word no didn't make it out of my mouth. My body moved without waiting for it. Wendy's lips shaped the next syllable. I reached out with my free hand and pinched her nostrils shut. Not hard, not long, just enough. It was a reflex masked as care. Nurses do it all the time to keep someone from aspirating when they vomit, to clear a clot, to adjust a cannula. If Denise or Hollis had asked later, I could have said I was helping repositioning, easing a choke. But I know what I was doing. I was interrupting. Blocking the path just as the words were halfway born. Wendy's eyes flew open. She sucked in instinctively through her mouth, but the rhythm was broken, the phrase derailed. The vent above us exhaled at the wrong moment, the big lung in the ceiling out of sync with hers for the first time all night. Her chest jumped once, twice. A small, panicked sound escaped, not a word, just the ghost of one. I released her nose immediately, horror catching up with my hand. She took another breath, ragged and uneven. The shape of the sentence tried to reform in her throat and failed. The door behind me slammed into the stopper hard enough to make me jump. "Don't interrupt her!" Hollis barked. Denise was right behind him, face sharper than I'd ever seen it. "What are you doing?" she snapped. "You cannot cut her off like that. I was helping," I said, voice shaking. She was choking. "Her breath was aligning," Hollis said. "You know how delicate that moment is. If you fragment it." He didn't finish the sentence. In the hall, Mrs. Pickens's monitor gave one final beep and went solid. Somewhere in the building, another relay kicked the sound humming through the walls. 2 of the 3 beds had finished their phrases. 2 out of 3 lungs had given up what the house wanted. Wendy's monitor, by contrast, stuttered. Her heart rate, which had been lazily drifting down, spiked, then dropped, then spiked again. Her oxygen saturation crashed in a jagged line instead of a smooth slope. "Wendy," I whispered, leaning close. "I'm sorry. Just breathe. Just breathe." She tried. Her chest rose, hitched, fell. No words formed. Her lips hung parted around a soundless question mark. The rest of the sentence, the rest of her got stuck somewhere between diaphragm and ductwork. On the wall outside, the plastic casing around the thermostat rattled. The vent over the bed let out a harsh, offended hiss, nothing like the slow tide it had been riding all night. The flatline came fast. 1 second, her heart was doing a frantic, useless dance. The next, it was done. The monitor keened its long, unbroken tone. The 3-3-3 rhythm in the wing stumbled hard, then regrouped around 2 beds instead of 3. "Call it," Denise said tightly. Hollis checked her pupils, her carotid went through the motions for the sake of paperwork. "Time of death, 2:19, he said. In the logbook, later that entry would look clean. Name, diagnosis, time. Breathe refused. A line or two about disorganized breathing, incompleted final phrase, visible distress. What the logbook wouldn't say is that the building took it personally. The first sign was the way the floor vibrated under my shoes. It wasn't a big Hollywood shake. No falling lights, no swinging IV poles. Just a sudden, distinct thump that traveled up through the soles of my shoes into my bones, like someone had hit the underside of the concrete slab we were standing on with a giant fist. The ceiling tiles trembled. Dust sifted down from the grid in a faint white powder. In the hallway, somewhere between rooms 6 and 8, a hairline crack appeared in the plaster above the chair rail. I watched it form in real time, a thin, jagged line tracing itself across the paint opening like a dry mouth. Bits of plaster flakes rained down soft as snow. Denise swore under her breath and stepped back, eyes flicking to the monitor board, as if expecting the whole system to glitch. Then the crack widened just enough to show me something I have spent every day since trying not to remember. Inside the wall, behind the split gypsum and insulation, something moved. Not a pipe, not a wire. A layer of tissue the color of raw liver pressed against the new gap, flexing with the building's breath. It was red-gray, wet-looking, glistening in a way no construction material ever should. It pulsed slow, deliberate expansions and contractions that had nothing to do with water pressure or wind. Along its surface, little circular holes pocked the flesh, each about the width of a pencil eraser. They opened and closed in staggered patterns, puckering and releasing like bronchioles practicing. Every time one of those holes narrowed, a tiny wheeze escaped into the crack. 100 microscopic whistles blending into the bigger hiss of the wing vents. It looked in that instant exactly like a lung flattened and spread inside the walls. A lung made of everyone else's last breaths, angry that it had been denied one. My hand went numb. The paper with the phrases slid from my fingers to the floor. The tissue spasmed once. The crack widened a fraction more, then snapped shut as the plaster around it crumbled, dust filling the air. When I blinked, coughing, all I could see was the broken line and the powder drifting down like indoor snow. The vents changed. That's the only way I can explain what happened next. The wing's unified inhalation lost its slow, deep rhythm. It turned ragged, choppy. The sound of the air in the ducts shifted from a calm tide to something more like Harold's earlier wheeze, short, irritated pulls followed by uneven exhalations. The building sounded pissed off. In Wendy's room, the vent above us rasped, then coughed. A backbeat of clicks echoed down the metal runs like damp tubing being flexed in the dark. Whatever lived in those walls was not pleased its third offering had been clipped. I stepped back from the bed, heart pounding. Hollis stared at the crack in the hall, jaw tight. Denise's face had gone a shade paler. "You feel that?" she whispered. I interrupted it, I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. I cut it off. Hollis dragged a hand over his face, eyes still on the wall. "It doesn't like incomplete cycles," he said finally. "We told you that. The refusals, the log, it can be refused," I said. "You said it yourself. Some people refuse. Not when we're mid-alignment," he snapped. "Not when it's already halfway through the phrase." Wendy lay there between us, mouth still slightly open, lips parted around a word that never got to exist. A thin line of dried blood traced from the corner of her mouth to her chin. Her eyes were closed, but not in that peaceful, posed way we like to give them. It looked more like someone had slammed a door on her in mid-sentence. I reached out and gently thumbed her jaw shut, more from instinct than anything. It resisted for a second, then yielded with a soft click of teeth. The vents above us exhaled short and sour. "If you think walking out of here is going to keep you from hearing that for the rest of your life," Hollis said quietly, not looking at me, "you're wrong. Once it knows your rhythm, it doesn't forget." He was probably right. I stood there with my hand on Wendy's chin, dust in my hair, the phrase sheet at my feet. And I understood in a way I hadn't before that I had just broken something far older and bigger than the three of us in that hallway. I'd refused one breath in a building that had grown used to taking all of them, and whatever lived in the walls of Riverbend had just learned what it felt like to be interrupted. 6.1. The official story. If you stack enough dead bodies close together in time and space, paperwork starts to arrive faster than hearses. The storm broke just before dawn. By the time the blizzard warnings downgraded to travel not advised, the sky had turned that ugly post-snow gray, and the drifts in the parking lot were higher than the hoods of the cars. The plows hit the main road first, then the side streets, then eventually the turn-in for Riverbend. The first vehicle down our drive wasn't the funeral home's van. It was an ambulance. Lights on no siren tires crunching through packed snow. Behind it, a police cruiser nosed in carefully. Someone had called them from somewhere higher in the chain than me. 3 deaths in one night, one of them with a ceiling painted in arterial red and a hairline crack in the hallway overhead that triggers systems, even in sleepy towns. Hollis met them in the lobby, in his white coat, neutral face on hands visible. He looked like every doctor I'd ever seen walk into a family room to give bad news and avoid a lawsuit at the same time. Equipment failure, I heard him say even before I'd rounded the corner. Unexpected hemorrhage. We're still gathering details. Denise was at the nurse's station with a box of tissues and red eyes. She can cry on command, I learned that day. Or maybe those tears were real. It's hard to tell when someone's grief is braided with self-preservation. "They're usually so peaceful here," she told the first officer who asked. "We pride ourselves on that. Last night, I don't know what happened." I watched her talk and thought about the logbook with its columns of received and refused, the skulls on the table downstairs. Wendy's mouth frozen half open mid-sentence. "I don't know what happened" was the one thing in that entire building no one had the right to say. The cops did what cops do. They took photos. They stepped carefully around the dried blood on Harold's ceiling tile, the little spatters the housekeeping staff hadn't gotten to yet on the floor. They asked where the oxygen regulator was, what his meds had been. They photographed the crack in the hallway, plaster dust still clinging to the baseboard. One of them, a younger guy with 2 bright eyes, kept looking up at the vents. "You have a lot of duct noise," he said at one point, brow furrowing. "Must be old." "Old building," Hollis said smoothly. "We're due for a full HVAC evaluation. I've already put the request in." The evaluation arrived faster than I would have thought possible. By mid-morning, a state health inspector in a windbreaker with a logo and a clipboard trudged in with a mechanical contractor in tow. The inspector had that tired, suspicious look of someone who has seen one too many equipment failures turn out to be corners cut. He introduced himself, flashed a badge, asked for a private space to talk. Hollis gave him his office. Denise made coffee. I sat in the hallway feeling like a kid outside the principal's office, waiting to see how bad the damage was. When they brought me in, the inspector's questions were straightforward, clinical. Tell me about Mr. Dawson's last hour. Had there been any change in his anticoagulation doses? Were there any alarms from the oxygen system before the hemorrhage? Did anyone adjust his regulator pressure? I told him the parts I could tell without sounding insane. That Harold's neck vein had blown in a way I'd never seen. That the blood had hit the ceiling. That there'd been no warning from the regulator that I'd heard. Could the intercom have malfunctioned? He asked, flipping a page on his clipboard. We've got a note about unexpected audio. It turned on by itself, I said carefully. I could hear breathing over it. My voice came through at one point, a phrase I'd already said. Is it possible someone hit the call button, he asked? Or that the system buffered and replayed earlier audio? We've seen that with older boards. Yeah, I said. It's possible. I could have told him the system had spontaneously decided to pipe the building's lung lesson into every room at once. I could have told him the phrase it chose was, "There's a room in the wall for you." I didn't think haunted intercom would make it into his official report. When I mentioned the basement, his pen paused. There's a room downstairs, I said. Off the cold storage. It's not on the map. There was equipment, tubing. I think your HVAC guy should see it. He jotted something down, non-committal. Any structural damage down there, he asked. After the crack up here, yes, I said. No, I don't know. There were stains on the floor. They looked old, but we'll take a look, he said. Thank you. I don't think he believed me. I also don't think he dismissed me entirely. People who spend their lives inspecting nursing homes and hospitals collect their own share of stories. I wasn't there when they opened the basement door. Hollis tried to steer them toward the mechanical rooms first, but the inspector had that dog with a scent look and insisted on going down the back stairwell by the kitchen. By the time I slipped away and followed the group, Inspector HVAC Tech Hollis and Denise were already in the corridor outside the mortuary fridge. The air down there smelled different. Not the raw meat tang I remembered, not the metallic thickness of the skull room. Formalin, heavy, artificial eye-watering. The kind of smell you get in anatomy labs where they soak everything in preservative until it all blurs into the same sharp chemical ghost. The door at the end of the hall, the one that had always been just barely cracked, was wide open. Bright fluorescent light spilled out into the hall, too white, too clean. I stepped up behind them and looked in. If I hadn't seen what had been there before, I might have believed it had always looked like that. The walls were painted a fresh, antiseptic eggshell, so new you could still see the roller marks when the light hit them. The concrete floor had been ground smooth and sealed. Whatever had been etched into it, circles, lines, old stains, was gone under a glossy gray layer. A drain in the center sat pristine chrome ring bright. The metal table was still there, but bare. No straps. No drains at either end. No buckets. It looked like an oversized autopsy table waiting for its first body. If you didn't know better, you'd call it storage. There were no skulls, no rolled back flaps of skin, no clotted hair, no tubes and bone. The wall where the metal box had been bolted was empty. New paint covered old bolt holes. The only things hanging there now were a blank whiteboard and an eye wash station sign. Looks like you've already made some changes, the inspector said, flipping a page. "We had some water intrusion down here last month," Hollis lied smoothly, took the opportunity to resurface. The old fixtures were outdated. The HVAC tech moved around the perimeter, knocking on the walls with his knuckles listening. He checked vents, opened access panels, shone a flashlight into the ductwork. "No signs of structural damage," he said. "Crack upstairs, probably just stress from expansion and contraction. Old plaster. Your ducting's odd, but not illegal." "Who did your last set of renovations?" the previous owner, Hollis said. "The nursing home." The inspector walked the room, slowly checking outlets, scanning the ceiling, scribbling notes. When he got to the far corner near the vent grill, he paused. "Mind if I?" he asked already, stepping up onto the lower rung of a nearby rolling stool. He pressed his ear against the vent. I held my breath. From where I stood at the doorway, I could hear it clear as a recording played too low, a long, tired exhale drawn out as far as it could go, then curling back on itself at the edges, not the smooth, satisfied sound from before the storm. This was thinner, irritated. A little wheeze at the end, like a COPD patient forced to climb a flight of stairs. The inspector listened a moment longer, then stepped down. "Just air," he said. "Bit of turbulence in the elbows. You might want to have someone map the runs at some point. Could be wasting energy." I realized my hands were digging crescents into my own arms. "You didn't hear that?" I asked. He looked at me, eyes briefly softening in a way I recognized from every trauma debrief I'd ever sat through. "I heard an old vent in an old building," he said. "After a night like you had, your ears are going to be tuned to things. That's normal." Behind him, the duct exhaled again. Long, put upon. Not quite content with its dinner. Only I flinched. Back upstairs, the official story settled like dust. The police report used phrases like catastrophic vascular event and possible malfunction of oxygen regulator manufacturer notified. The intercom incident went down as audio feedback/replay from recorded staff communication. The crack in the hall was logged as cosmetic pending a contractor's visit. No one wrote lung behind the wall. The state's incident summary, the one that would live in Riverbend's file, read something like this: 3 expected hospice deaths during blizzard conditions. 1 complicated by unexpected hemorrhage, likely due to fragile vasculature and anticoagulant therapy. Facility responded appropriately. No evidence of foul play. I was mentioned once. Attending nurse present at bedside. Provided comfort measures. Reported unusual audio. Not replicated on inspection. Denise's tears translated well to paper. Nurse manager expressed distress at deviation from usual calm passing, the inspector wrote. Staff report high satisfaction with facility's standard of care. No pattern of prior adverse events noted. They didn't see the logbook in Hollis's drawer. Or if they did, it was as internal QI tracking an overzealous attempt at quality improvement, with slightly creepy phrasing. They didn't see the binder that used to live in the basement. Or if they did, it was already stripped of the pages that mattered. The skull room scrubbed and repainted and stripped of its hardware, photographed as storage. Just gurneys and an extra table, I heard one of the officers say. Nothing sinister. On paper that night became a blip, a bad shift. A couple of questions for the oxygen regulator manufacturer and a recommendation to update the intercom system. In the vents, it never stopped breathing, even after the police cars left and the ambulance took its empty stretcher home. Even after the inspector signed his forms and the mechanic packed up his tools and promised a quote. Even after Denise wiped the last smudge of Harold's dried blood off the ceiling tile with industrial cleaner and a stepladder. Standing alone at the nurse's station, as dusk started bleeding into the snow outside, I could hear it. A long, patient sigh moving through the walls. Not wind, not a fan, not whatever the inspector wanted to jot down. It sounded like disappointment, and underneath that, like someone taking their time planning their next breath. 6.2. Evidence that wouldn't stay. If horror movies have taught us anything, it is that you can fix a haunting by pointing your phone at it. So that is what I tried first. The day after the inspector left, I waited until the evening med pass was done, and the families had thinned out. The sky outside was going purple. The snowbanks at the edge of the parking lot turned into uneven sculptures with gray, exhaust-stained crusts. The kitchen clattered with someone prepping tomorrow's soup. Riverbend's daytime mask was sliding off. I told Denise I was going to check stock in the basement. She didn't ask which stock. She just said, "Be quick," and didn't look up from the central monitor. That was the first hint I was doing exactly what they expected me to do. The back stairwell down to the basement smelled like wet concrete and old food. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, giving everything that greenish hospital tint that makes skin look bad. My sneakers squeaked faintly on the painted steps. At the bottom, I paused outside the mortuary fridge long enough to listen. The big unit sighed and clicked cycling. Nothing occult in that sound. Industrial, reassuring almost. Dead bodies kept cold as advertised. The hallway beyond was empty. The door to the once skull room stood where it had yesterday, open white paint, bright floor, shiny table, naked. I took my phone out, switched to video, thumb hovering over the red button. Okay, I muttered to myself, because talking out loud makes empty rooms less empty. Show me you're real. I started in the hallway. One slow pass up the cracked section of plaster, zoom in on the thin, jagged line that still crawled across the ceiling. Dust smudged along it, like someone had dragged a finger there. Then a pan down the wall to the baseboard where bits of plaster still lingered in the seam. My own breathing was loud in the audio. Underneath it, if I held my breath and tilted my head just right, I could hear it, that thin, irritated rasp of the ducts, like a smoker exhaling through clenched teeth. The little hairs on my arms rose. The waveform on my phone's screen stayed tiny. Just my breath. Just the faint hum of fluorescent fixtures. I stepped into the former lab. The air still felt wrong in there, even sanitized. Underneath the formalin and paint, there was a thickness to it, like a room that had been cried in for hours. I walked to the now empty patch of wall where the box had hung, where tubes had once fed out of bone and into metal. Here I whispered, holding the phone up near the vent. Right here. If I closed my eyes, I could hear it. Not as loud as that night, not as greedy, but present, a layered, uneven pull of air, the faint, wet sound of something trying to clear its throat through a straw. On the recording, nothing. Just the faint whoosh of an old fan and a background buzz like a cheap white noise app. I tried again, closer to the vent, phone practically pressed to the grill. I whispered the phrases one by one, watching for any spike in the audio. There's a room in the wall for you. Let it breathe between us. Leave the gap open. My voice sounded small and ridiculous in that bright, sterile space. The vents breathed along, all in different metal and air. When I played it back, the lines sounded even more pathetic. Just a tired nurse muttering into her phone in a basement, with nothing behind her words but her own shame. No extra voices, no second cadence, no layered breath. Whatever lived in the walls did not want a cameo on my camera roll. Upstairs, I went hunting for paper proof. The binder in the basement office, the one labeled Riverbend Braith Protocol. Internal only no longer existed as I knew it. The shelf where I'd found it was neat, now rows of normal binders, their spines printed with comforting bureaucratic labels. Medicare billing, DNR policy, family satisfaction surveys. Someone had tidied, relabeled, reorganized. No handwritten title. No list of forbidden phrases. No photocopied pages flagging strange last words and recommending clear capture of end expiratory phrases. I checked every shelf, every drawer, every box on the floor. Nothing. If you didn't already know what had been there, you'd never think anything was missing. At the nurse's station, I logged into the EHR. I pulled up Harold's chart, then Mrs. Pickens, then Wendy's. I scrolled through the narrative notes, where I remembered documenting their weird last phrases. Patient whispered unintelligible but repetitive sentence about walls. Patient appeared to address vent. I saw something else. Patient appeared calm, responsive only to simple reassurance. Breathing became progressively shallow. Comfort meds administered per protocol. Patient passed with minimal distress. Staff present at bedside. My name sat at the bottom of each note, time-stamped correctly, my digital signature locked in. But the wording was edited, sanded down. The strange details replaced with generic hospice script. I don't remember changing those notes. I don't remember not changing them either. For a second, I wondered if Hollis had logged in under my credentials somehow. Then I remembered that I'd checked charts at 4 a.m. the night before, brain-fogged hands on autopilot. It would have taken nothing for Denise to lean over and murmur, "Maybe don't mention the wall stuff. It'll just confuse the inspector," and for me to nod fingers, erasing my own warnings for the sake of being reasonable. It is disturbingly easy to gaslight yourself when the alternative is believing in a lung behind the drywall. Hollis suggested a mental health break 2 days later. We were in his office again, diplomas steady on the wall, the logbook nowhere in sight. "You've been through a lot," he said. ER before this. Hospice. A blizzard. 3 deaths in one night, one of them very dramatic. Even without the investigation, that's enough to scramble anyone's perception for a while. He did the sympathetic lean, the soft voice. "I can sign you off for a week," he said. "Stress leave. You can sleep. Talk to a therapist. Let your nervous system reset. When you come back, maybe things will feel less loud." "You mean maybe I'll convince myself I imagined it," I said. He didn't flinch. "I mean, you'll have space to decide what you believe," he said, without fluorescent lights and vents humming 24/7. Denise cornered me in the staff lounge not long after. The room smelled like burnt coffee and microwave popcorn, the usual nurse debrief scent. "If you tell them what you think you saw," she said, voice low enough that the vending machine's rumble almost ate it, "you'll never work in healthcare again." She sat across from me, hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup, eyes pinned to mine. "They will write it up as a breakdown," she went on. "You'll end up in some fitness for duty evaluation. You'll spend the next 10 years explaining to HR why your last job ended with you talking about living walls. You think anyone's going to hire a nurse who says a building eats breath?" "I'm not making it up," I said, but it sounded weak even to me. "I know you're not," she said. "That's the problem." She stood, dumped her untouched coffee out, and left me there with the hum of the fridge and my own doubts. PTSD, lack of sleep, hospice weirdness, ER trauma, burnout. You name a psych diagnosis, I tried it on in my head to see if it fit. Maybe I had read too many weird creepypastas, and now my brain was pattern matching for cursed vents. Maybe the logbook had always said something normal, and I'd turned it into received/refused in my head. Maybe the skulls had been anatomical models, not what I'd seen. The mind will contort a lot to avoid sitting with something it cannot fix. The only piece of evidence no one could sanitize was the cheapest one. My locker at Riverbend was a dented gray metal cube with a number stenciled on the front and a lock that stuck when the humidity was high. I kept my extra scrub top in there, a pack of gum, a half-empty bottle of ibuprofen, and a little black notebook. The notebook had cost me $1.99 at the Walmart across the lot. I'd started it on a whim during my second week, jotting down weird phrases patients said times I woke up at night, hearing vents, little sketches of the floor plan. It was my way of not letting the strange stuff dissolve into just another shift. A few days after the inspector left, I opened my locker to grab my car keys and saw the notebook sitting there, slightly out of place. It was on top of my folded hoodie instead of under it, angled like someone had dropped it from chest height and not bothered to tuck it back in neatly. I picked it up. The cover felt the same, textured, worn at the edges, corners bent. My name was written on the inside in my own rushed scrawl. The first pages were exactly as I remembered them. Mr. Briggs, make a room in the wall. Let it breathe between us. 0229. Mrs. H, sudden clarity eyes at vent. Don't close it. Don't let it go empty. Woke up 3:30 a.m. in my apartment. Vent sounded like someone else breathing slower than me. My handwriting, my ink, my little attempts at control. Near the back, the entries got messier. Sleep-deprived, half-finished notes. Sound in the wall at nurse station like scraping, then nothing. Dream about skulls downstairs, then a line. Storm night, 3 beds, Harold Pickens, Wendy, and then a jagged scribble where I must have dropped the pen. I flipped to the last written page. There at the bottom, below my aborted storm night note, was a line I had not written. I know I didn't because the handwriting didn't match mine. My letters lean forward, get smaller at the end of the line, ink pressure inconsistent. This script was calmer, upright, each letter shaped with patient precision like someone filling out a form. Brief received. Nurse Collins. On the line below, in the same hand, transfer pending. The world narrowed to that inch of paper. I checked the locker again like an idiot, as if someone might still be standing inside it, as if Hollis had wedged himself in there with a pen just to get his point across. No one was there. Just my hoodie, my extra pair of socks, a crumpled granola bar wrapper. I ran my thumb over the ink. It was dry, set. Whoever had written it had done so hours ago at least, maybe days. All at once, things aligned in a way I didn't want them to. I had thought in that impulsive second by Wendy's bed that interrupting her would be a kind of sabotage, a small rebellion, a way to tell the thing in the walls that it could not have everything it wanted. I had held her nose shut like a child at a pool and denied it one clean, shapely last breath. The night that followed the crack in the ceiling, the glimpse of red-gray tissue. The change in the vent's rhythm had felt like anger, like a system thrown off, like a lung that had forgotten how to inhale properly and was going to start trying elsewhere. Transfer pending. It took my slow, burned-out brain longer than it should have to understand what that meant. Hospice is all about transfers, from hospital to us, from us to funeral home, from life to death. The phrase is in our mouths every day, usually attached to forms and phone calls and EMTALA regulations. Here it meant a different kind of transfer, from the building to sectum what to wherever I went next, to whatever walls I slept under that night, to the vents in my crappy apartment above the laundromat humming along with the street noise, to any duct that carried my voice, to the space between my lungs and my ribs when I lay awake at 3:17 a.m., listening for sounds no one else could hear. Breath received. Not theirs this time. Mine. All I'd done by breaking the ritual was change the platform. It hadn't starved the thing. It had just encouraged it to untether, to stop treating Riverbend as its only host. Transfer pending. It read like a promise or a threat or both. 6.3. It was breathing somewhere else. Leaving Riverbend didn't feel like escape at first. It felt like a logistics problem. Hollis signed my paperwork with the same careful, unhurried signature he'd put on death certificates. "You're welcome to list us as a reference," he said. Denise hugged me in the staff lounge, her cheek damp against mine, whispering, "Be smart about what you say," like a blessing and a threat rolled into one. I boxed my life up in layers, scrub tops, worn-out sneakers, a coffee maker that always tasted a little like disinfectant. My little black notebook wedge-slipped into a tote. I told myself I was being rational. Whatever was in that building, whatever had spread its wet tissue inside the walls, I was stepping outside its circulation. New job in another state, new vents, new walls, new air. The problem was, it didn't stay put long enough to let that be true. The first time I heard the pattern outside Riverbend, I was standing in front of Frozen Peas. The only grocery store in town had an old walk-in freezer in the back, a metal door with a latch like something off a bank vault. I'd gone in on my day off to grab a frozen pizza and whatever didn't look bruised in produce. It was one of those bright, overlit Midwestern stores with linoleum floors and country music playing just loud enough to keep you from thinking too hard. I opened the walk-in door to grab a carton of ice cream. Cold air rolled over me in a wave. The fans inside were loud, a steady industrial roar. I stepped in, let the door swing mostly shut behind me to keep the cold from spilling out, and for a second, I was alone in a metal box with racks of meat and vegetables stacked around me like bodies in neat rows. The fans hummed. Somewhere above me, refrigerant cycled through coils with a faint liquid gurgle. Underneath that, barely there but unmistakable, I heard it. Beep, beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep, beep. Not actual beeps, not electronic, just the shape. 3 subtle pulses in the noise, then silence, then 3 again. The same triplet pattern the monitors at Riverbend had fallen into, the one my brain now recognized faster than any pop song. I closed my eyes, hands still on the ice cream, and listened harder. The fan's roar smoothed out into white noise. Beneath it, layered like someone had left a second recording on low, came breaths. Took me a full 10 seconds to realize I was holding my own. I let mine out, and the other didn't change. Long inhale. Shorter exhale. Tiny metallic clicks between them like the sound of those basement tubes flexing. The freezer walls made it worse. Everything echoed, folded in on itself, amplified. I stepped back out into the store, heart-racing carton forgotten in my hand. Out there, between the cereal aisle and the end cap of paper towels, it was just air conditioning again. Muzak. Kids whining. A cash register drawer slamming. In the Riverbend days, I would have told myself I imagined it. This time, I didn't get that luxury. There was a line in my notebook now that said, "Transfer pending." It felt less like a warning and more like a tracking number. It got worse at the funeral home. They held Harold's service 2 weeks after the storm. Open casket suit he probably hadn't worn since some wedding in the 90s, extended family I'd never seen once in his room, all the people who show up for death, but not for the long, slow part before it. I went because nurses do sometimes. We stand in the back and make ourselves small and hope no one recognizes us as the ones who saw the earlier, uglier face of the story. Funeral homes smell like fake flowers, carpet cleaner, and something sweet they pump through the vents to try to smother the cold metal beneath. The director shook my hand, thanked me for everything you did. Harold's niece cried in a way that said she hadn't been around to hear his last months of coughing. Midway through the service, I slipped out of the chapel and into the hallway. Grief in enclosed spaces makes me itchy. The corridor back toward the prep rooms was quieter lit with softer bulbs lined with tasteful prints of sunsets and doves. Somewhere back there behind a swinging door marked "Staff Only" was the cooler. I should have gone back to my seat. Instead, I drifted toward that door like there was a magnet behind it with my name on it. The closer I got, the colder the air felt. Not freezer cold, but a dense chill that came up through the soles of my shoes. I leaned against the wall near the door frame just to catch my breath, just to prove to myself there was nothing there. The duct above my head sighed. 3 soft rushes of air pause. 3 more, the same 3, 3, 3. It wasn't loud. Most people would have called it a draft, but the cadence was wrong for that. It didn't match the heating system's usual cycles. It matched the triplet I'd heard on the monitors in the Riverbend vents in the grocery freezer. Inhale, 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 pause. Exhale, exhale, exhale. Pause, just don't. I whispered to the ceiling before I even realized I was talking. Not here. They've got enough going on. No one answered me, obviously. The duct just breathed slow and satisfied, like it was listening at all the closed doors and choosing which one it wanted. I lasted 3 more months in that town. Long enough to hear the pattern in places it had no business being. On the bus that ran once an hour between our downtown and the city hospital, I sat under a plastic vent and felt short, syncopated gusts of air hit the crown of my head in exactly the rhythm of someone trying to remember a line and almost having it. At the laundromat, the dryer banks hummed and spun, and every 20 seconds, there was a subtle, hollow whoosh, as if the vent line behind the machines were taking a deeper drink of lint-clogged air. I stood there folding my scrubs and found myself murmuring, "Leave the gap open," under my breath, just to see if it would speed up. It did. Just a fraction. Just enough to convince me I wasn't alone in the conversation. The rumors started in the break rooms before they hit town. Nurses talk. We gossip, we bitch, we debrief. It's the only way to survive the things we see. I'd be at the diner at 2 a.m. or by the coffee maker in the hospital where I picked up per diem shifts, and someone would say, "Did you hear about that hospice over on Route 12? And then Mrs. Vance was fighting for days. Couldn't get her comfortable. Then one night she just settled. Started saying some weird prayer about the walls, but she went so easy. Or my aunt died at home last month. Neighbor said she'd been gasping all day. Then right before the end, she started talking to the vent in the living room. It's open now, she said. Then gone, like flipping a switch. Weird peace at the end. They all said something strange before passing. She kept talking about something breathing in the walls. The phrases traveled faster than the obituaries. By the time they reached me, they were already half jokes, the way people joke about things that scare them. Must be something in the air, one of the nurses said, stirring powdered creamer into bad coffee. At least they're not going out screaming. Every time my chest tightened, every time I thought about my little notebook and the line in someone else's hand. Brief received. Nurse Collins. Transfer pending. Every time some vent somewhere in the room seemed to take that exact moment to exhale, I quit in the quietest way I could. No accusations, no big speeches. I told the per diem scheduler I was relocating for family. I told friends I needed a change of scenery. I sold my couch on Facebook Marketplace to a young couple who barely looked at my face, just handed me cash, and hauled the thing down the stairs. I packed my car with the essentials, clothes, a box of textbooks I still lied to myself about maybe using, the notebook tucked in with my license and social security card, like it was another piece of identification. I found a travel nurse agency willing to send me 3 states over somewhere with mountains instead of flat, frozen fields. The apartment above the laundromat emptied out 1 room at a time. First the living room, then the bedroom, leaving rectangles of cleaner carpet, where furniture had once been. The wall where my bed had leaned was scuffed a strip of flaking paint near the baseboard, where a previous tenant's dog had scratched. On my last night there, the landlord came by to check the place. "You did good," he said, glancing around. "Clean enough. I'll hold back a little from your deposit for the carpet." That's it. He left. The street outside quieted. The laundromat below shut off its boring, constant drone. For the first time since I'd moved in, the building around me was truly still. I shut off the HVAC myself. Thermostat all the way down, system clicking as it powered off. No fan to blame, no cycling. Just me, an empty room, and drywall. I lay down on the bare mattress, shoes still on, staring up at the ceiling, where a water stain had once looked vaguely like a map of some country I'd never visit. The silence felt wrong, like holding your breath too long. I don't know how long I lay there before it started. A soft inhalation. Not from the vent. That was dead silent, a blank metal grid on the wall now. The sound came from my left, where the paint was peeling near the corner, a thin line of exposed plaster like scar tissue. Inhale. Exhale. No 3-3-3 now. Just a steady, almost gentle rhythm. My rhythm. The cadence I heard when I listened to my own lungs through a stethoscope, back when I'd been learning how to tell normal from not. I rolled onto my side. The wall was a foot from my face. Up close, I could see the tiny cracks in the paint, the way the plaster underneath bulged out slightly in uneven waves. The texture almost made a pattern if you stared long enough, a suggestion of branching lines, like veins, or like a tree's roots pressed flat. The breath came again. The wall did not visibly move, but some part of me felt it. A faint shift in the air temperature on my skin, a microcurrent against the fine hairs on my cheek. Not imagination. Not after all the repetition. I put my hand flat against the wall, almost without deciding to. It was warm. Not old building retains heat warm. Not the laundromat just shut down warm. Flesh warm. The kind of warmth you feel when you rest your palm on someone's chest and feel their heart beat against your fingers. Long inhale. Shorter exhale. My own breath tried to follow it, falling into sync before I jerked back. The thermostat on the other side of the room was a dead little plastic square. The HVAC unit in the closet was unplugged. There should not have been air moving anywhere. It didn't matter. It wasn't Riverbend's lung anymore. It wasn't tied to their snake pit of ductwork, or their skulls, or their logbooks. Somewhere between the storm night and the crack in the hall and the words "transfer pending" appearing in my notebook, it had learned a new route. Not walls, not vents, not even buildings. It had learned how to travel in the same channels everything else in our world does now, through pipes, through shared ductwork, through the hollow spaces around wires, through speakers and mics, and tiny holes in drywall where sound slips. Like blood learning a new collateral circulation after a blockage. It was breathing wherever it could find something that matched its cadence. And I had spent months giving it mine. I lay there listening to it for a long time, hand inches from the warm wall, knowing full well that when I left in the morning, it wasn't going to stay behind like furniture. It didn't need Riverbend to keep breathing anymore. It had figured out how to ride the infrastructure. 7.1. You can move states, not walls. The map changed. The walls did not. I left Riverbend like people leave bad marriages, gradually and then all at once. There were emails with recruiters, long phone calls with travel nurse agencies, budget spreadsheets with too many red numbers. Then one day, I was on the interstate with my car full of boxes, and my entire adult life boiled down to what I could fit in a back seat and trunk that smelled like old fries and cavi wipes. The state line rolled under my tires in the dark. There was no cinematic moment, no fresh start epiphany. Just mile markers, gas stations, and the hum of the blower on the dashboard. The new city wasn't really a city, not the way TV thinks of them. It was one of those mid-sized American places built around a highway and a Walmart. There was a Burger King at one end of the strip, a Dollar Tree at the other, a bus depot where everything that mattered arrived late. The travel agency booked me into low-income housing because it's close to the hospital and utilities are included. Translation: paper-thin walls, neighbors you hear before you meet, and a parking lot that never quite loses the sound of somebody's car alarm chirping. My new apartment was on the 3rd floor of a 4-story building painted the color of wet drywall. Inside, the carpet was a tired brown that had given up on pretending to be any particular shade. The kitchen had exactly 2 working burners and a fridge that hummed like it was thinking about quitting. The bedroom was just big enough for a full-size mattress, a narrow dresser, and the kind of vent you only notice when it's right over the head of your bed. That was the first thing I clocked the vent placement. A rectangular metal grill, yellowed at the edges, set dead center above where the pillow would go. 2 screws, missing corners, slightly warped away from the ceiling, the kind of fixture a lazy maintenance guy had once tightened enough and never looked at again. When the HVAC kicked on, it blew cold air straight down a cheap substitute for central air. It was the kind of detail most people register as annoying. My brain filed it under something else entirely. I told myself it was fine. Different ductwork, different state, different everything. The building came with its own set of sounds. The guy directly below me had a night shift job and a subwoofer, so my afternoons buzzed with bass and video game gunfire. Someone across the hall coughed a deep, wet smoker's cough all winter long. Pipes knocked in the walls whenever the people above me flushed or showered. It was the usual multi-unit orchestra, the kind you stop hearing after a week. For a while, I managed to fold my Riverbend brain into that noise. I worked nights at the hospital, floated between med-surg and step-down, did what nurses do, hung antibiotics, pushed insulin, argued with doctors on the phone about time of death. I tried to keep death at arm's length. You can't, not really, but the illusion helped. The patients here weren't mine for long. They came and went through automatic doors and insurance authorizations, not down a quiet hallway toward a single bed. Then the old man in 3B died. I didn't know him well. We'd passed on the stairs a few times. He was the type who always had the mail key already in his hand, who wheeled an oxygen tank behind him, with the familiarity of a dog leash. The property manager had introduced him as Mr. Howell. He's been here longer than anybody, like tenure in low-rent housing was some kind of badge. One night around 3 a.m, I woke to the sound of sirens Dopplering closer. Red and blue light flickered against my blinds. The building's front door slammed below. Heavy boots thundered up the stairwell, that specific rhythm that is always paramedics and never pizza. I checked my phone. 3:02 a.m. Old ER habits die hard. I got out of bed and cracked my door just enough to see EMTs hustling past with a stretcher. Mr. Howell's door was open, yellow light spilling into the hallway, neighbors' faces protruding from other frames like a grim advent calendar. I saw the back of his head on the pillow as they loaded him, thin, liver-spotted nasal cannula in place. No chest compressions, no sense of rush. By the time they carried him down, I knew he wasn't coming back. I closed my door, leaned my forehead against it for a second, then went back to bed because what else was there to do? I lay on my back, staring up at the vent, listening to the building settle after the excitement. That's when it exhaled. 3 small drafts of air, one right after the other, brushed my face. Not the usual long cycle of the blower. Those come in sustained gusts that you can time by the thermostat. This was different. Short, evenly spaced cool against my cheeks. Huff, 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 pause. Huff, 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 pause. I held my breath, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3, stop. 1, 2, 3, stop. The same 3-3-3 pattern that had stitched itself into my brain back at Riverbend, the one the monitors had fallen into, the one I'd heard in the grocery freezer and the funeral home hallway. I could feel the air move through the thin blanket over my chest each time, like something above me was testing out a new pace. The rest of the room was silent. No fridge, no neighbor's TV, no pipes. Just that little triplet of breath from a vent whose blower, according to the wall unit, was off. I got up, flipped the HVAC system from cool to off, then to fan off, then killed the breaker to the whole apartment, just to feel like I was doing something. The lights went dark. The fridge quieted. The hum of everything modern died in one neat click. The vent kept breathing. Not as a roar now, not like a system pushing air. More like someone on the other side of the ceiling was pressing their face to a hidden seam and blowing through it. Soft, almost gentle, and deeply wrong. I moved my mattress to the other side of the room the next day. Dragged it across the carpet until my arms ached, pushing it into the corner farthest from the vent, like I could outrun ductwork by 6 feet. It didn't matter. The grill was still in the ceiling. The walls were still hollow. The sound carried wherever it wanted. Death started showing up around the building, like it had followed me in a U-Haul. 2 months after Mr. Howell, the woman in 2A had a stroke. She was maybe late 60s, always in a housecoat, always smoking out on the metal balcony, like the no smoking signs were optional. One night, her TV blared reruns until 4, then her unit went quiet. The next morning, EMS wheeled her out under a sheet. That night at 3:17 a.m., I woke up to the HVAC trying to tell me something. The digital thermostat read, off. The breaker panel in the hall was still flipped. I hadn't turned anything back on. I liked the quiet. I liked the illusion of control. The wall didn't care. From somewhere behind my headboard, the interior wall this time, not the ceiling, came the sound of a single deliberate inhale. It started low, a faint suction, like someone drawing air through a straw. It grew slowly, stretching into a long 17-second pull that I could feel in the mattress springs. The whole wall seemed to tighten the way a chest does when someone is trying not to sob. Then, at the exact moment, my lungs screamed at me that I needed to breathe it, let go. The exhale wasn't loud. It was burdened. A tired sigh pushed through plaster. The sound spread across the wall, rolled up into the vent, slid along the baseboard. It lasted another 17 seconds, a mirror image, then faded. Silence. I stared at the dark ceiling pulse in my throat, counting. Exactly 17 in, exactly 17 out. I knew that number. I'd seen it in the logbook back at Riverbend, scribbled in the margin of one particularly nasty refused case, agonized breathing for 17 minutes, 17 gasps after phrase interrupted. My brain made the connection whether I wanted it to or not. It had learned to do math. Days became a game of unplugging things. I pulled the window AC unit out and sealed the hole with plastic and tape. I unscrewed every vent cover I could reach, stuffed folded towels into the openings, screwed them back on. I bought a fan and pointed it at my face at night, thinking I could drown out anything else with cheap, oscillating white noise. None of it stopped the sound coming from the actual walls. Sometimes it was barely there, a slow phew, phew. Under everything else, the way your own heartbeat sounds when you lie with your ear pressed to a pillow. Other times it was sharper, a little hitch in the building's exhale when someone's ambulance lights painted my blinds. It was always there if I listened hard enough. Sometimes I didn't even have to listen. It just pushed out through the cheap paint and made itself known. So I started counting. Lying in the dark duvet pulled up to my chin like a child again, I'd track each cycle. 1, 2, 3, nothing. 1, 2, 3, nothing. 1, 2, 3. Occasionally, the pattern shifted into the longer inhale-exhale cadence I now recognized as my own. Most nights, though, it was the triplet. 3, 3, 3. The rhythm of Riverbend. The rhythm of monitors and vents and skulls wired into a box. I tried to tell myself it was just one of those things your brain does when you've stared too long at something. Like seeing faces in wood grain or hearing your name in static. Pattern recognition gone feral. But here's the thing, patterns don't follow you across state lines. Old ducks don't spontaneously imitate the breathing of a building you used to work in. Coincidence doesn't wake you at 3:17 a.m., 3 nights in a row, and make your walls exhale exactly 17 seconds at a time, while your neighbors die off by age and by organ system. You can move states, I learned. You can change jobs, zip codes, tax brackets. You can throw your scrubs out and take a travel contract and convince everyone, including yourself, that you're starting over. You cannot move far enough to get away from walls. 7.2. Recording it. I did what everyone does when they think something's wrong with the sound in their house. I tried to prove it with a recording. The first night I set my laptop on the dresser at the foot of the bed, angled the built-in mic toward the vent over my pillow, and opened a free audio program I'd used once in nursing school to edit a presentation. The screen glowed blue in the dark, a flat line waiting to jump. I hit record and lay down. The apartment did its usual nighttime song at first. Distant traffic on the highway, somebody downstairs laughing too loud at a sitcom, a dog barking 3 buildings over. The vent above me exhaled in its faint, regular way. I counted the pattern until my eyes burned. 3 soft rushes of air pause, 3 more, then a longer, deeper one that matched my own. Eventually, I fell asleep with the laptop fan whirring and the little red REC dot pulsing in the corner. In the morning, bleary-eyed and sticky-mouthed, I dragged the waveform across the screen. Most of it looked like static, tiny fuzz around a center line. When I played it back over the laptop speakers at normal volume, I heard exactly what a state inspector would have heard, a cheap fan cycling, the occasional distant car horn, my sheets rustling when I turned over. Nothing a sane person would bring to anyone as evidence of a haunted wall. I almost closed the program right there. Instead, I plugged in my headphones. The cheap kind, plastic and foam wires already starting to fray near the jack. They sealed the world out just enough that the recording's nothing noise became a little more than nothing. I cranked the volume slowly, watching the waveform, as I did waiting for the part of the night when I knew I'd been awake and counting. There. Around 3:10, the wave thickened. Little sawtooth bumps appeared at regular intervals, like someone had tapped their fingernail on a table in a perfect rhythm for several minutes. The tops of the peaks were rounded, not sharp, more like breath noise than speech. I hit play. Soft static. Then faint beneath it, the sound of someone breathing in the next room. The first layer I recognized immediately. That was me. The rate, the slight hitch at the top of each inhale, the way the exhale lasted a fraction longer. Classic anxiety breathing. I've listened to enough lungs through enough stethoscopes to know my own when I hear them. But under that deeper, there was something else. A second line of breathing rode just beneath the first, slightly offset. Where mine stuttered, it stayed smooth. Where mine sped up, it stayed slow. It was like listening to 2 people lying side by side sharing a pillow, one panicking quietly, and the other completely unbothered. I watched the wave while it played. Every time my breath peaked, the smaller, steadier peaks pulsed along almost perfectly spaced. I tried to tell myself it was some artifact from the laptop's fan. Except fans don't inhale. They whir. They hum. They don't have pauses that look exactly like someone holding their breath. The truly stupid thing I did next was decide to run an experiment. Night 2, I set up the laptop the same way. Vent over my head mic pointed up. Program open, red dot armed. I lay down and started counting the wall's pattern, feeling the now familiar urge to match it. Then when the rhythm settled into that 3-3-3 I hated, I held my breath. I watched the little input meter bounce on screen as I did it. My lungs burned. My chest wanted to heave. I locked my jaw and stared at the ceiling until black spots pricked the edge of my vision. 1 Mississippi, 2, 3. By 10 seconds, my diaphragm was spasming. I finally let the air out in a rush and dragged another breath in, shaking. The vent exhaled at the same time, like it had been waiting me out patient. I let the recording run another 15 minutes and then shut the laptop. The next evening, I sat at the tiny kitchen table with a bowl of cereal going soggy and opened the file. The fridge kicked on behind me. The upstairs neighbor's footsteps traveled across my ceiling. I put my headphones on, slide the track to the part of the night I'd marked 0312 breath hold experiment. On the waveform, my test showed up clearly. The sawtooth peaks that had to be mine stopped abruptly, flatlining into almost nothing. A little jagged mess at the moment I let go a big inhalation spike, then back to the previous pattern. Except the pattern hadn't actually paused. Under my missing breaths, the second line kept going. 10 seconds of me holding everything in lungs, burning throat, locked, and right through the middle of it, the lower wave continued its steady sawtooth march. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. No hesitation, no awareness that the body lying directly under the vent was trying not to feed it. I rewound. Listened again this time, focusing only on those 10 seconds. Silence where my breaths should be. And then faint but undeniable, the sound of someone else breathing steadily in a room where the only living thing had decided not to. It shouldn't have surprised me. I already knew it didn't need me to keep breathing. Riverbend had a basement full of skulls to prove that. But seeing it as a visual, as a line that didn't care whether mine was present or not, made it harder to pretend this was anything but separate. I started playing with the software, slowed the section down to half speed. The breathing became a monstrous, drawn-out thing, each inhale a long drag, each exhale a heavy sigh. It didn't help. Then I sped it up. 1.25 times, 1.5 times, 2 times. At around 1.75 times, new shapes appeared. Up until then, the waveform of the second breathing line had been smooth peaks, curved even. At higher speed, little spikes appeared on the slopes of those peaks, jittery teeth, where there should have been clean hills. It was subtle, barely there, but once I noticed one, I saw them everywhere. Consonants. That's what they looked like. The tiny blips you see on an audio track, when someone's tongue hits their teeth on a T, the brief burst before an S, the clipped crackle of a K. Noise not from air going in and out, but from it catching on shapes. I listened harder. Under the sped-up breathing beneath the low hiss, I heard tiny, harsh whispers. Not words, not yet more like the ghost of them. Sounds from the back of the throat, scraps of syllables all chopped and reassembled into something that almost meant something. I backed the speed off, slowed it, sped it again, trying to catch a phrase. Room, wall, leave, gap, hun. It could have been my imagination filling in the blanks. But if you listen to anything enough times with a template in your head, the template wins. I sat there at the kitchen table, cereal, untouched laptop glowing bluish, and realized what I'd been doing all week. Every time I recorded it, I was giving it more of my time. Every time I pressed play, I was lending it my speakers. The vent was no longer its only mouth. My headphones vibrated with its breaths, tiny drivers pushing air into my ears exactly the way it liked it. The laptop's tinny speakers, the phone I used on nights it was too hot to keep the computer running, the cheap Bluetooth I carried into the shower, every device I used to catch it became a new set of lungs for it to practice with. It wasn't just learning to ride vents and ducts and hollow walls. It was learning to ride playback. It had spent decades confined to one building, one weird duct system, a cluster of skulls in a hidden room. Then I'd helped teach it something else, that sound itself has infrastructure now. That if you can shape breath into a phrase and that phrase into a file, you can move that file through any cable, any Wi-Fi signal, any speaker. The more I listened, the more chances I gave it to refine whatever it was trying to say. I closed the laptop so hard the screen wobbled. The apartment went dark and quiet except for the hum of the fridge. For a few seconds, I let myself believe that shutting the lid was like closing a door on it. Then, from the wall behind my head, came a slow, patient inhale.